Hey everybody, Ben here from DMC Films and Cinderblock Studios. And is my mic on? Yeah, it appears to be. So, welcome back to another super extended live stream. Essentially, I'm just going to be working in the studio today, doing things, getting some work done, and you can basically be here and along for the ride. Now, if you're watching this after this show is live, it's probably like going to be like a 5-hour video. So check the description box below for time codes, and you can just hit individual topics and different things when I start talking. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start working on stuff. Well, sort of start working on stuff. I'm still kind of cleaning up from other projects and doing other things. I've got this painting. It's called a reflecting pool. There's going to be a painting process video for this. I'm glad I'm talking about this. I got to remember to stick my camera down and actually record the next segment for this. So this is going to be a painting process video in a month or something. There's going to be another painting process video for another painting that I'm working on today as well. It's on a piece of wood, as you can see here. That's going to be, again, it's smaller, so there's that. Might be recording stuff for tutorial for later in the year as well. Plus, I got to work on the book and finishing that. And if I have any time left at the end of the day, I want to work on the mural. So all of that stuff, really important for me to be doing today. But one thing at a time. I'm going to finish this painting and see where things are from there. Before I even get to finish the painting, I'm scraping palettes. That's right. I just scraped from the live painting and art show that I was in last week, which was a really fun thing. Talked about it, I think, a little bit on a stream that Yasmin was doing. Her channel is Yarksberry Fantasy Art. You can check that stuff out. She like basically live streams every night, so that's pretty fun. If you ever want to check out what she's doing, a lot of like layout work, basic gradient coloring, but it's her line work is excellent. Anyway, so I think it was at some point I was might have been talking about going to the show. I don't know if I was actually on the show talking about the show. I don't know, whatever it was. But I know that was one of the last times I had brought it up. So I haven't really gotten to talk about it. So I guess I'll do that now. Hey, Dede is in the chat. Welcome. I'm glad I'm not completely alone today. If you can do me a favor and share this on Twitter, that would be great. Yeah, I'm probably not going to get around to it. Anyway, so the show I was in, oh, man. It was in the city, right in the city, right in like prime time area. It was a Saturday night. Now the street where this is on, there's a lot of little shops. There's the coffee shop where the show was, and I was actually out on the sidewalk in the front painting for 3 of the 5 hours I was there, and I was also selling prints and things. And there is, what else was I? That there were 3 different bands that played throughout the course of the night, and all this was happening from, it was 7 to midnight on Saturday night. And this all sounds pretty good until you realize that the neighborhood where this is in is really nice during the day, and at night, all of the bars and clubs, it's like the hopping spot to be. That's where the show was. Granted, it was a couple blocks up from a lot of the major bars and clubs, but we got a lot of foot traffic coming through, people going through, stopping. Some people stopped. It was great. So yeah, so I was at this, that was a Saturday show, and I took basically my toolbox full of goodies. Anytime I'm painting outside of the studio, I usually take stuff in the toolbox. And essentially it was just working on a painting, which isn't here right now. It's should be up to both Facebook and DeviantArt already. It's not on my website yet, but it should be there probably, well, sometime this weekend. But yeah, it's called Crimson Dreamland. Pretty fun piece to work on. I kind of stuck with a landscape that I knew would be a little bit easier to do in a 3-hour period of time, and turned out pretty good. Sold some things. Overall, really good show. Also, I got to paint alongside some of my fellow artist friends from the city, so that's always good. I let this now this particular these two palettes in particular I painted was when I did the base coat for this piece, and it's been I think like a week and a half or so, maybe 2 weeks since I worked on this, and so this paint is really freaking on here. That's the thing, is if it's been a week on a glass palette, the paint will scrape off pretty easily. If anything longer than that, it's going to be really hard. I should probably get around to sharing this event on my media platforms eventually. So yeah, today, working on a lot of different things. Hopefully getting things done too. Thanks, Dede. Keeping me company here this afternoon. Let's see what else is happening. Oh, Inktober is happening. Started by an artist by the name of Jake Parker. A lot of people don't know who started it. It was actually him. Apparently he started it like 10 years ago or something too. But in the past few years, it's like really grown into something pretty neat, actually. And I found out about it last year. And I'm not specifically doing it, but I'm sort of doing it how I did it last year. I'm doing it by default. For a lot of people, working in ink is weird and strange, but I work in ink every day. I sit my sketchbook. Here's the here's where is it? There it is. So this is the sketch for this painting I'm working on. But this is ink, and I work and I sketch and I work in ink every day. So for me, it's not a challenge, but it is sort of a nice little other thing. I can just basically post up things like, "Hey, it's Inktober by default." I'm just gonna start the hashtag Inktober by default. As much as I know this month's about challenging yourself and doing more complete ink drawings, it's just like, I got enough shit going on. Got to finish a book, which was delayed, and I'm sorry about that. It wasn't done. The last illustration in the book, in the last project, the last big project anyway, and lesson for the book is a still life. And I haven't done one in so long that I've sort of forgotten how long it takes. And it's also like tedious, and it kind of, I mean, it's such a great, it's a good learning experience, and but it's just like, oh, I have to work on this. Dede said, "I'm doing Inktober." I'm like, yeah, it's awesome. I think I saw a few of your illustrations already on over on Twitter. It's great stuff. So that's always good. That was a glaze of something. Oh, this is going to be a little easier, apparently. It also kind of depends on the glass, I've noticed. Some of my pieces that have a slight texture to them on the glass are actually harder because it's the paint's trying to adhere to the glass more. Actually, I might use this piece since it seems to be scraping so nicely. So yeah, I was actually just watching Jake Parker's latest video before the stream here. It was pretty good, talking about working and starting projects and things. I only got about halfway through it before I started the stream, though, so I have to get back to that later. There's if anyone actually has a YouTube account and is watching this, you've noticed that there's a playlist. It's just basically auto-generated by YouTube for you to have. It's called Watch Later. And some people don't use it. I actually use it a lot. People are uploading videos, and I just like throwing stuff in there just all the time. I think at most, I think my Watch Later playlist had like 80 videos in it, and I'm like, I gotta get around to watching some of these. So it's off camera. I'm enjoying a funny red drink, but there's no alcohol in it since it's only almost 4. in the afternoon. I'm like, that's a little too early to start on the booze, so I better make something that doesn't have alcohol in it. I'm at least a little bit responsible. Okay, one more palette to scrape. Oh, so this other thing I've been doing, I'm glad I think I brought this up in one of Yasmin's streams. But so I ordered, and this, I don't know if there's going to be a video on this or not, but a lot of you know that I've been using the Liquitex professional spray paint for a while, and the stuff's really nice, but the caps clog really easily. And so I'm actually subscribed to their YouTube channel as well, because they always have a lot of really cool, inspiring stuff. And they started selling big packs of caps. So these are 50 standard caps, or it's probably closer to like 46 now, because I've used a couple of them. And I think they've sort of recognized the issues with their caps, and so they created this stuff called Cap Cleaner, which is the regular spray paint's relatively odorless, but this stuff has a little bit of an odor, but I can actually still use it in the studio without any problems, so it's actually really, really great. Plus it blows out a little extra of the paint in the caps and extends the life of them a lot more, and that's actually really pretty good stuff. So I found out you can actually order stuff from Liquitex, the paint company, directly on their site, which is rare for a paint company or a lot of main manufacturers in general. And so I was like, oh, I can order directly from them. That's great. I don't have to go through my art, like, as much as I like my art store, I don't have to go through them and think, do they have it? Do they not have it? And so I got the box from them with the stuff I ordered, which was good. And it also came with a couple extra things, which were just sort of bonus little gifts and things, which I thought was great. This one in particular is a little zipper and drawstring shoulder bag. It's got a zipper pocket in the front and a little hole, I guess, for like a pair of headphones or something. And then it's just a little, shoulder bag. A lot of people might call this a gym bag, but I know I'm probably going to use this at a show at some point to carry something around in. So I thought that was really cool. It was just in there. Like they didn't say, "Hey, we're going to send you a free gift." It was just in there, which is just awesome. And so, what is it? Oh, the other thing in there was a sticker, and I put the sticker. I gotta bring it up because it's off camera now. Sticker. I might as well turn it around so you can actually read the goofy message. But it's basically just one of those little promotional things that some companies give out, and I was like, this is really neat. I was thinking about, my brother has a bunch of ones from when he used to live in Colorado, and he put them on his guitar case. And there are stickers for like brewing companies and like small bands and things like that. And I'm like, my guitar case doesn't get out of the house. So I have to find somewhere to start collecting stickers. So I'm like, oh, I can put it on my toolbox. And this is the toolbox that I take when I'm out and painting on the go. And things like that. So I'm going to put that right in front and start collecting them. So I'm like, this looks weird with one sticker on it. So I'm like, I wonder if I can make a sticker of my logo. So I did. This, I think eventually I would like to put these into, I guess, mass production. But this was basically a test to see how it would work. It actually worked pretty well. And I did this myself on a basic inkjet. I have an inkjet printer, and I wouldn't be able to mass produce them myself. I'd have to obviously get them done through a company. But this one in particular, I have a couple extra ones. This one happens to be on. This one happens to be the black and white or Sketch Everyday logo, which is just the same logo, grayscale. And I printed it on a shipping label, which are dirt cheap. You can just get a pack of them in a variety of places. Walmart, office supply stores, depending on what kind of grocery store you shop in. Some of them might carry them there. But yeah, just regular shipping labels. Printed that out. Inkjet printer. And because it's an inkjet printer, it's not going to be waterproof. And so what I have, which you can't see, but it's a clear sticker film, which I have from a print shop job that I worked for a while. and I have a big roll of this stuff. First, I tried to print directly on that, and the ink never dried and just wiped right off. Actually, Dede, if you're watching, I think some of the failed stickers are in your next care package box, which it's already like half full. So there's basically a square of this film over top of this to protect it, and you can feel it if you touch it, but if you just see it, you can't tell, which is really, really great. So 2 stickers on the box so far. And yeah, I think I may have shown you my phone number on that box. Just occurred to me. But whatever. even if you're calling me, you're paying probably extremely long distance numbers. Anyway, so back to scraping palettes. That's what I've been doing lately with the stickers and the shows and everything like that. My print box is down here. I might show you guys that later as well. Well, it's not a print box. The box of prints. It's just a regular cardboard box, but it's the thing. My essentially pack of stuff that I take to shows. Since I've been doing that now. Have Carrie Musgrave saying heavy. I'm not sure what's heavy in this sense. Maybe the toolbox. I mean, it is a little is a little bit chunky. At least it can be. Good to see you in chat. Welcome to the stream. I'm working on a lot of different things today, so if you're just joining in, here I am. I'm doing things, scraping palettes, talking about things I've been doing lately, since it's been a while since I've given you guys some updates on just things that have been happening outside of the channel. But basically going to be streaming, hopefully, as much as I can call this all day. I mean, I only started at 3:30-ish. I imagine I'll probably run until at least 7 or 8 tonight. Just catching up on projects, getting stuff done. And if I keep talking, it's going to take even longer. So, yeah. Well, you guys in the chat, I'm actually curious what kind of projects you guys are working on today, or just in general, or lately. I know Dede and I were talking just earlier about Inktober. Are you participating in Inktober? Do you even know what it is? Or if you have any other larger personal group projects you want to talk about, go ahead and throw those in the chat. I'd love to hear what you guys are working on. Also, as long as Dede's here still. The little book you made for me is still sitting over. I've done, I think, 1 drawing in it since I got it in, what was this, June. But it's one of those things, I haven't had the time to really sit and work on it. But I played a little bit with just some different graphite, and there's graphite, white pencil, and ink on all this, because I just wanted to play with the tonal values that I could do on the colored paper. And I like what it's doing. I definitely need some more practice with it. That was done, I think, like maybe a month or 2 ago. So I like it. I will get around to it eventually. I just don't know when. So yeah, working on all that stuff. Well, as long as I'm not painting it, I think I will pull out my print box. And I think I'll preface it with the video from last week. It says product review, and the products are called clear bags. And you can go check the video out. It's not real long, but essentially they're little sleevey envelopes that are useful for just putting prints and things into. And I actually found out about clear bags from Jake Parker. So it's they're super, just like, I saw him use them in a video, and I was just like, holy crap, I've been looking for those forever. What are they? And he goes, oh, here, go to this website. And I was like, ha, ha, ha. And it just really opened things up for me. So this is the sign that I had on the show. Print and small art, cash only, exact change preferred, because I didn't have enough fives in my pocket for everybody, and all pieces $20 or less. So I should make note that my prints cost more online. My prints through you get them through Zazzle, and they're anywhere from 20 to 40 a piece. Also because some of them are larger too. But everything I have is 9 by 12 or smaller, and I can sell them cheaper at shows, and it works. It works well. So I can show you the kind of stuff that I got. Eventually, I think I would like to open up a section of my actual website, cinderblockstudios.com, that contains basically a shop for you guys to buy prints directly from me. But that would involve a lot more logistical things that I don't really have the planning to be doing right now. All right, so let's see what I got first. Okay, so we've got, let me turn my lower thirds off. You guys know who I am now. And if you don't, then whatever. So to start, we've got some linoleum block prints. You've probably seen it on my shelf a lot, but this is how the print actually looks like when it's done. Very sort of Art Deco-y, I guess you could say. Playing a lot with just basic lines and shapes, and I like it. I want to do another one, not like this, hopefully something a little more natural, but eventually I would like to get around to making another block print. So I've got a couple of those. Then I've got ones, these are the first printing of them, and they're cleaner. You don't have the section as much, and the only reason they're cleaner is because I went back with the ink and hand painted them. So they're also $5 more for that reason. And so I did them. I had 2 sets of them. One of them I sold the entire set, and the other one I just have the individuals now. And I have a red one, an orange one, yellow, green, and blue. And so people can find their favorite color and get one of them. There was also one. There was a contest I did, I think 2 years ago when I made this print. And I did like a fully multicolored. It was like green and brown and a little bit of blue, and that was actually given as a prize to the contest. So that was fun. All right, what else we got? Oh, Dede, you're gonna like these. When you made the little book out of my scraps, the Ben Bin book, as you called it. You talked about ATCs all the time, and I had to ask him, what the hell are ATCs? I've never heard of that term. He said artist trading cards, basically little square things. So that sat in my head for a while, and I'm like, I bet I can do something. I feel I can do something with this. And so I started making these, which I can sell for $5 a piece, and they're easy. These I design as bookmarks. So they're cheap and little, and I think a little kid bought a pack of them on Saturday, which was fun. And so I've just been playing with different styles. I'm doing some of my crazier rock structures. This is a better one. You can see it in there because they're more silhouette based. There we go. Sorry, I was getting glare there. And they're fun to do. And I try and pair them with the colors are like different enough, like this one's like warm and cool, and this one has a little more reds in it. So this one's a little more solid. So it's like, you have warm colors and cool colors. And so I sort of package them that way. And I just basically sit them up, and I'm like, these two would go well together. These two would go well together. And I can do a ton of them. I have a crap load of them in here. And I've actually got more of them because all I do is I basically create a big washy section of watercolor on a big sheet of watercolor paper, and I just cut them down. I actually got a bunch of them that I just cut down recently. So here's a handful of smaller ones. They're just strips of watercolor paper that are cut down. These are a little bigger. Most of the time, when I'm doing these now, it's like I played with watercolor for a little bit, and I can't imagine a single image within the big sheet of watercolor paper. So I'm like, okay, I'll just trim them down into bookmarks. And they're good because it's also because part of the thing of selling them cheap is that not everyone can buy a a print or something like that, but it's like people have $5 just in their wallet all the time. It's going to be just a quick boom, 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 boom. So they're a nice item for the prints and everything else like that. I saw Wayne Tully in the comments. Yeah, there he is. You're silly, Wayne. I've been watching a couple of your recent videos with the inked. It was Zombie Superman. It was. That was fun. I like that one. He was saying not doing my old sketchbooks until I have 5 saved up. So okay. To be fair, sketchbook 16 was on the schedule, but I was like, crap, I didn't record it already. I don't have time to do it. So I kind of got a little behind on that thing. I seriously thought it was done. He says you'll buy a set. All right. All right, so we got into the regular prints now. Oh, and also in addition to doing the small watercolor prints, I also have small watercolor pieces that I can sell for. I go anywhere from 10 to 20 on these. So these are 15. This one you probably saw in the if you like watch on DeviantArt or something like that, you probably noticed that one. I like this piece. This is good. I'm only selling it for 15 though because it's small and and they don't take long. I did that a while back. This was a. I'm pointing down like you can see what's in front of me and you can't. This was just simple little landscape. All right, so I have a couple of those, and I sold I think 2 of them at the show. So I don't have as many. I've got like 4 more on the floor over there that I'm working on too. All right, so we've got some prints, and I try and have just at least currently 5 of any of the ones that I have, with the exception of the ones that were basically test prints from another company. So I have these, which was Colors of the Sea was this piece, and this piece was in that show on Saturday and is still there. So the original is 8x10. This one's just a little 6x8 print, so pretty useful there on that one. And I do like that one. I have a bunch of those. We have this one. I don't know if these were ever up on the channel. They were probably up on DeviantArt because this one and the next one are part of there were 2 I did side by side. This is called Cold Heart, just rocks and this is watercolor and colored pencil, and I think some white acrylic to get the lines in the rocks. But that was a fun piece to do. And then I have Warm Heart, which is here. So that one is again similar in general style. I have the strong white center and the sort of radial like bullseye sky coming out, and then the rocks. But so I have those, and I think I sold one of the green ones. So now we're into the larger ones. The larger ones are all 20 apiece, and I've got this piece. Now the original for this is not for sale, and it's specifically not for sale because I like this piece. This is one of the ones in my what I call the private collection, which is basically a set of like 5 to 10 paintings that I'm like, I'm not selling this. I like this too much. But I'm like, wait a minute, if I'm not selling a piece, no reason I can't sell the prints. And people like this piece. If you actually search for this piece, I'm trying to think what this was called. I don't remember. It might be Vacation to the Stars, but I'm not sure. But this piece on DeviantArt, when I first put it up, got shared to Tumblr, and it got reshared a bunch. So there's a bunch of Tumblr posts out there that I mean, it does credit me. It says, art by Ben Yockel, which is good. But this piece is out there on I think it's Tumblr a bunch, which is fun to know that it was out and shared as much as it was. I just wish people would link back to me. So yeah, this was a fun piece. I do really like that. The original is oh, it's on the wall behind me. Can just get it. Okay, so the print is 9x12, as you can see, and this is the original. It's 11x14. It's a little bit larger. It's under glass too, so I don't want to try and avoid the glare there. This was from a series in 2011. It was called like Bob's Vacation. And the entire point of doing this series was it was basically it was like 6 months of working with color. And I focused a lot on how far I can push the extremes of color. And this was an early piece in the series, so it's pretty well balanced. Some of the later ones got a little weirder. There was one that was a lot of like browns and a lot of this ochre to blue earth tones. But this is a fun technique too. I should probably do a video on this. So the color in the background is oil paint, and the foreground is all acrylic. And oh, by the way, Bob's Vacation. This little bug in here, his name is Bob. That's where the series got its name. So it's basically this little bug in all these really intricate space pieces. And I actually still have most of the pieces from this series. I sold a couple of them, but a lot of them are still around, which is kind of disappointing because I really liked working on this. And so to do the color for this, it's the Winsor & Newton Artisan water mixable oil paint. And what you do is it's just a piece of watercolor paper, and you take a Kleenex and you daub on some paint and just rub, and it just kind of buffs it in and creates that really rich color. It's so much fun to do. So if you actually look close, and you won't be able to see it on video, but there's actually little swirls in the color, which kind of create an extra layer of depth to the piece, which is fun. But yeah, this as the original piece, I'm not selling it, but I am selling prints of it. So in the prints, the red and the violet in the prints are actually a little bit darker than the actual piece, but that's what happens when you print things sometimes. All right, I've been talking about that long enough. Dede, you are dominating the comments. I love that. So this is a piece, not one of my better ones, but still really interesting because I think it really draws the eye. This, I believe it's called The Rising. In the print was called Uprising, which screws me up all the time. So this piece was painted on a piece of plywood. So it's the holes were just in the wood because I just, it's a piece of wood that I picked up from work that they were throwing away. And I was like, you're throwing this away? I'll take it, And then it's just black and white acrylic over top of that. And the wood was stained a little bit to kind of bring out the grain as well. So that piece is original. It's shoved in the back corner somewhere. But I think it actually looks better as a print than it does as the actual piece. So I have a nice set of these. So I have some of these available as well. Also, if anyone in the comments is interested in buying one of these, let me know. And I will work with you to get you one. The only way I can accept payments mostly though would be through credit card through PayPal. So just FYI. This one, I only have 5 of these left. Well, I only got 5 of them made. So with the exception of this one, when I got 5 of them made, this was my first test one, and they sent me 6. So I sold one of them, and I have 5 left. But a lot of you probably know this piece from the channel. This was one of the earlier PPVs from 2000. Oh no, this was 2014. So this was been about, I don't know. But anyway, the piece is called Lost Souls. The original was huge. It was like 2 by 3 feet or something. Or no, it was a little less than 2. It was 22 inches, not 24. But anyway, great piece. I sold it I did this one in January of 2014. I sold it in December of 2014. So the piece I don't have anymore, but I have 1,000 print. I can get a bunch of prints of it, and I really like this piece. And this one turned out really great, and this was one of the better ones. So I have 5 of those. I got a bunch of these too. This one wasn't a video on the channel when it should have been, but this was a black and white piece that I did beginning of this year actually. So that was really fun. This was just that, and this was a 16 by 20 canvas. I'm just going to start speeding up a little bit here. I feel like you guys are probably getting a little bored of me. I should get to painting eventually. All right, next up, this one. September of 2014. To Worlds Unknown, I think this is the title. Great piece. This one wasn't a video because I screwed up on the video. if I didn't screw up in the video, there would have been a video of this. But fun piece to work on. Another one was Crazy Space, but this is all acrylic. I screwed this up. Oh, no, it's there. All right, next up, I gotta restock this one. I sold one on Saturday. This guy, another one. I don't know if there's a video for this. I think there is. The piece is called Chaos and Radiance. You can search for it on the channel. The print turned out has a little bit of a yellow haze on it, which I think was actually just in the original digital image file, so it's going to be something I have to tweak later next time I get another printing of these. But I've got a good many of these yet. Sold a couple of them so far. It was a good piece. It's fun. Everything like that. And finally, I've got this one, which a lot of you hopefully recognize. This was one of my first tutorials on the channel. Somewhat inspired by a lot of Tim Gonyard's work, and I did a tutorial on shadows and highlights, basically how I go about doing the tree and the grass and everything. And so the tutorial is still on the channel. You can still check it out. I actually had to re-upload it, so it's a little different from its original state. But this was that piece, and this is an old piece. This is, I think, 2010 maybe. But people like this. People see this and they love the piece. And this is another one of those pieces that's in my archive that I'm not going to sell, but at least the original anyway. I think, well, maybe I will sell it. I don't know. I haven't decided. What bothers me about the original is that it's a side stapled canvas and it looks terrible. I try and get everything back stapled if I'm not doing it myself. So it bothers me, so I wouldn't want to sell it for that reason, mostly. But older piece, still really nice. The tree and everything, the edges are actually blurred a little bit, and I think that was just something, an imperfection in the original image file, but actually turns out really well for the print, and this one looks really great as well. So that's what's in my print box currently. I have a handful of canvas boards and things in a lot of the other smaller bags. But, oh, here's something. I didn't put this one out on for the show, but this is something from an earlier, just a little ink drawing in a mat. So, but yeah, so that's my set of stuff that I take with me, and when I've sort of adopted the practice of putting out anything that I have more than one of. I just stick one of them out, and I just replace them when they sell. Helps from keeping a stack. And if Saturday was any tell from things like the wind was blowing, I was outside, the prints were flying everywhere, so I had to tape everything down, which was interesting, to say the least. All right, so what do you say I actually paint something today? It's been almost an hour. It's an hour from when I posted about the stream, basically. And I haven't done any work yet, so I should probably do some work. Let me check on you guys in the comments here. Dede, Carrie, you guys are great. Wayne, not sure if you're still here, but nice to have you here anyway. Oh, yeah. Nice, doing a little bit of ink work there yourself. Excellent. So yeah, I'm gonna paint something. Hopefully, I'm gonna keep saying, "Hey, I'm gonna paint something eventually," and I'm not painting something. So, first thing I want to do with this is darken the green a little bit that I have down below here. It's because when I painted this, was working on the painting earlier, I ran out of the color I was using up front, and I went to do the reflections. I had to mix another color, and it was lighter, and I was like, crap. So I'm like, that's not good. So, phthalo green. Let me get some hooker's green too. Balance things out a little. Excellent. Green gold. It's gotten a little chilly where I'm at lately. All of a sudden, it's like, hey, it's fall, and it's all going to suddenly be cold now. I got a little. I mean, it's not real cold, but it went from like mid 70s or higher to like mid 60s to upper 50s, and it's like, that's a little. It's a little extreme, I think. Wayne says he's floating in the background. Floating aimlessly in the background. I imagine the earlier stream's better for you since you're overseas there. It's not overseas for you. I mean, you know what I mean. Shouldn't have to explain myself. All right. You know what? Actually, before I start painting, I definitely want to throw something at least up to my Twitter about the stream, because I didn't. At least I don't think I did. I mean, there's one that probably won't actually go to Twitter until the video ends and finishes rendering. So I should probably post something. Oh, good. It went up, so I don't have to do it. Yay. Make sure that actually is the right link, though, too. It is. All right. Good. Good. So, yep. For once, YouTube didn't frustrate me endlessly. I grab a little molding paste, too. All right. So, anyway, if you're just joining in or have joined in while I've been talking about random nonsense, I'm working on a lot of different things today. A lot of different things. Well, at least I want to work on a lot of different things. And right now, I'm only working on one thing. And that's this painting called Reflecting Pool, which there will be a video for up eventually. When I get around to finishing the painting, of course. And so for the most part, I just need to... Anyway, oh, shoot, I wanted to do something. The concept for this, you can find on my DeviantArt. It's just cinderblockstudios.deviantart, or on the Facebook fan page. Links to all of this, by the way, my social media stuff, it's all in the description box, so you can just check it out there. If you ever have any, if you're ever looking and need to find it. But the piece is called Reflecting Pool. It'll say Reflecting Pool Concept because it's a Photoshop file. And you can check out what it's, at least what I'm aiming for it to look like, to at least some degree, over there. So essentially, if you don't want to divert your attention, there's going to be sort of this rock structure, and that's going to basically a little pond and these little stones that go across, and then there's a figure on a piece of land over on the lower right here. So should be fairly good, I suppose. And all the little things are going every which way. Okay. Sorry, just making sure my windows line up. I don't want to miss any of the lightning fire things happening. All right, basically just getting like a light washy layer over top of the reflective stuff here, because it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to be hitting the entire thing. I want to hit with a glaze, or at least a handful of glazes, once I drop everything in, and when I'm basically finalizing the water. So I want it to be reflective, but I also want it to be not murky, but it needs to be distorted, so it actually looks like something interesting. Also, glazing layers are nice to add a little extra bit of complexity, so that helps. All right. That still doesn't match, but whatever. We'll deal with it. All right, let's get a little yellow. Start bringing some color into these bushy leaf things. Bushy leaf things. You mean a tree? No, I mean a bushy leaf thing. Jeez. Don't know. I saw a one of those little clickbait articles on Facebook last night. It was something like orchestral instruments for dummies. It had like the timpani. It was just like pitter pats or whatever. And I was like, that's just dumb. worth a chuckle, but still really dumb. All right, so we need a little more of a muted green. A little yellow in there. So I've been going back and forth forever, and I think I've brought this up before, but I'll say it again for the hell of it, about trying to do more color theory videos, but at the same time, I have absolutely no idea how to go about doing them, because most of what I know and have learned about color, I've just done through like a decade of trial and error. So it's like I can't get the color to look great. It's like, well, do it a bunch. I'm sorry to say that so bluntly, but do it a bunch and mess up a bunch. You have to work on projects you aren't afraid to screw up. You know, can't be like, oh, this is gonna be a really good project. I gotta be really precise. It's like you gotta be afraid. You gotta be able to mess up on things. Completely scratch it and do it over again. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to need to record a little bit of this for the video. That's the one plus about doing the PPVs, painting videos versus just a regular time lapse, because I don't record everything. If I forget to record for 20 minutes, it's not the end of the world. You know. All right. Check my light source on the thing. That's there. I better make note of that. Oh, I got this too. This is really fun. I saw someone on Twitter posting saying, I'm ready for Inktober, and they had one of these, but I was in the art restocking on things. I grabbed another sketchbook since I'm almost through this one and other things. Basically restocking my pens. I spent like $30 on pens. It was kind of like, it's a little insane. But most people are familiar with the regular brush pen. I've been, as much as I like to say I love microns, and I do, I don't like their brush pens for various reasons. So I wanted to switch some, and the Prismacolor Premier pens are nice too, but they have that purple-based ink that are in Sharpies, and if you're just using those, you don't notice. But as soon as you start mixing them, they're like, this ink's kind of terrible. So, with the exception of microns, the Faber-Castell Pitt pens also have that pure black ink, which I really, really like. I also got a chance to trying a Pentel brush pen recently, and those were really good. But it actually has a blue-based ink, which was another thing. I was playing around, and I was just like, this ink's different too. So I'm kind of sticking with things that are like that pure black. So microns and Faber-Castell pen. So regular brush pen. What I like about the Faber-Castell brush pen, again, by the way, this is not they're not paying me to say this, by the way. I'm just giving you the name because a lot of people ask. Is that the tip on this flexes, but it doesn't wear out. The Micron brush tip pen, after about a week, starts to kind of spread a little bit at the tip, and it basically wears out too fast. The Faber-Castell one holds its shape. And so I was at the art store, and they had a lot more pens than they used to. So I was like, wow, it's really expanded their line. I had to really kind of looking around, and then I saw this, which is a big one. just as a comparison, regular brush pen, giant brush pen. It's about the size of a king-size Sharpie. And it's not quite as wide as the... I gotta get this so where it's... Yep, there we go. It's not quite as wide as the pen itself, the big cartridge in the back, but it's fun. It is super fun to work with. I've been doing these... a lot of my small thumbnails I've been doing rocks with that are rounder, which are really great. Find the big brush pen page. I basically did a whole page of little thumbnails with the giant brush pen. It was fun. I have to go back a little further. Where is it? Not back that far. I lose track of this stuff too easily. There we go. Pretty much, there's some smaller lines I did with my regular pen, but this entire page I did with the big brush pen, basically. And my God, it was so much fun. Just it's because I use the chisel tip pen a lot, and it's good for blocky shapes. But when you pick up a brush pen, it really helps you with your fluid shapes and things a lot more. So these are really, really, really fun. So yeah, and now I lost my page. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where are you at? Okay. Too many things in my sketchbook that I need to keep track of. Oh, hello. There's my brush. All right, so back to this painting. Oh, gotta focus this. Never forget to focus your camera, because that would be bad. All right. Angle this out a little as well. And basically that, I was showing earlier that print of that, the painting where I had the shadows and highlights tutorial. And what I'm doing today is basically exactly that process of laying down a base color and then coming over it little bits at a time with lighter and lighter colors. And I'm using a really old, crappy, stiff fan brush for this because I love the shape that it makes. Uh-oh, I hear someone else.
Kaboom.
Uh-oh. Now it's a party. Dede, saying you're using the Faber-Castell Fine Point. I've got one of those. That's one of my other ones I've got. I like that one. It's kind of like the Micron 08. You haven't been watching the stream, have you? You just kind of jumped in.
I did. I just got home. I was studying all day.
I've been streaming for like an hour already, so.
Oh.
Well. So I'm in. Yeah. So welcome, Apology 89, to the stream.
Yeah, I just got home and oh gosh, so much crazy in my life that I can't talk about on live things.
We'll save that for later then. Yeah. So we've got check back in the chat. We've got a few people watching this afternoon. We got Dede and Wayne Tully and Carrie, and welcome to Apology here, and bound to be a hell of an evening.
Yeah, gosh, I had my first test of the semester this past Wednesday, and I'm actually okay to talk about it because in terms of the class percentage, I did good. In terms of the actual grade, I did not do good, but it is normal for students to not do good with this professor. If you're not doing good, then you're doing good. Unless you're really not doing good.
Okay. I was just reminded of that old Friends episode. It's the one where everyone finds out.
Is that literally the episode name, or?
Yeah, it's the one where everyone finds out. Well, because I don't know, because a lot of a lot of, like shows, like TV shows have titles for episodes, but not everyone tells you the title of the episode. In fact, people haven't told you the title of the episode for like 15, 20 years.
Well,
But all the Friends episodes say it starts
the one
with
with
the
the
one where, or the one with the, yeah. And so the one of them, it's the one where everyone finds out. And Phoebe has this line that's she like realizes something, and it's, they don't know that we know they know.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Which is just it's one of those things where it's like her delivery is absolutely perfect for that line.
I swear, Phoebe is my spirit animal.
Oh, you're so weird.
I prefer the term cloud cuckoo lander, since I found out I am one of those. It's a
So yeah, I'm working on a ton of stuff today. Well, sort of. I want to work on a ton of stuff today, I should say.
I studied today and I looked up Redditite and things like that because I have to do a presentation on it.
You sound so depressed. She's like, oh bother.
No, you're thinking of Pooh. I'm channeling Eeyore. I think it's because I haven't really gotten my fanboy kicks for the semester and I've been restraining myself.
Uh-huh.
And that looks really pretty.
Thank you. It's coming along a lot better now that I'm starting to add highlights. It's just base color before, so now I can actually start having some fun. I'm getting too much glare for even myself here. I gotta tilt this up a little. Ah, there it is. All-purpose marble slab.
Yeah, I actually do. I'm happy right now. I'm just very tired right now.
Yeah, that's understandable. You were just at school, so I mean, I can't.
And considering things that have happened this past couple of weeks.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear that at all.
Hear what?
The tapping of the brush.
No, I cannot.
Oh, it's too bad. I love that. It's like you can hear it in like Bob Ross videos all the time.
Oh, I know what type you're
But it's
talking about.
it's that because this brush is stiff. I love that sound. I absolutely love that sound. I actually love, particularly more so, the when he had his knife on the palette, because he used a wood palette, so that not hollow, but that like full round kind of scraping sound. I love that sound. My palettes are glass, so things are a little different, but.
Uh-oh, looks like I might be in trouble, and I'll tell you on why after you stop being live.
For the reference, I'm gonna stop being live in like 4 hours. So.
Then I'll probably forget, but I'll tell you later on.
This is my day to get work done.
This is very confusing medical stuff that I have to use.
Medical apparatus.
Sure, let's go with that. Here are actual instructions.
You don't get instructions.
Oh, that is... Oh, okay, I'm less confused now. Okay, alright. Alrighty.
Oh, man. Alright, so what else has been going on with things that I can talk about? Just trying to think, because I talked about the show Saturday and other things. Talking about my box of prints.
I bought a book.
Wow. Should buy some art.
I can make my own damn art, but speaking of own damn art, I'm giving my aunt a lot of damn art.
That you may not want. Yay!
She's obligated to take it.
No, that's the terrible thing to say.
If you're giving something as a gift, you're obligated to take the gift whether
No,
you
but
want it or not.
still, when you give a large quantity of things, gotta at least know that they at least sort of want it and aren't just being nice and saying, "Oh, great! Now where am I putting all this shit?"
You know, this is exactly like the episode of Friends where Phoebe gives her painting to either Monica or Rachel and they're
Okay,
painting.
for the reference, I don't know all the Friends episodes. I know like 4.
Oh, this is like one of the better ones in my opinion. It's like Phoebe painted this very disturbing painting, and
By the way, Friends has not aged well. I went back. I tried to watch it. It's just like, I think he left. I heard a door. It's like, oh, I'm gone. Actually, I should probably hit the little thing so it doesn't just keep switching to his avatar. Did not think that one through. All right, so we got to lighten this. This is good. This is starting to turn out rather nice. I was worried at first. I'm always worried at first, though. Come to think of it.
okay, so
This is
so crap is happening right now, so I kind of have to leave for the time being.
that's fine. I'll still be here.
Yeah, yeah, I'll be back later.
Okay. All right. Well, back to me. Nice to have some company for a little while, though. Usually is. All righty. I want to get a little more yellow into this. And I probably want to zoom out with the camera too. Make sure I get a little extra. It's the one thing always slows down the painting process when I had to work on a video too. Yeah, that's pretty good. Focus in. Right. Excellent. So if you're just joining in, working on a variety of things today, hopefully. Right now I'm working on finishing up a painting, or rather doing most of the painting, and then hopefully finishing it up. Don't know how long I'll be streaming, but hopefully for quite a while. If you're just kind of coming in and out throughout the day, feel free to drop in, say hi, leave, come back, whatever. It's always nice to have you guys in the chat. Let me know what you guys are doing. If you're participating in Inktober, Jake Parker's little challenge, better at inking and drawing and everything like that. And all that stuff. Hey, the phone's ringing. What do you know? All right. So, a lot of this stuff's still a little bit wet, so I probably want to avoid touching a lot of that. It's nice to hear from all of you. Also, if it's not too much trouble, I hate asking for it, but if you're liking this video so far, hit the like button. It helps it spread. Tends to be a good way to get the word out that way. Since I don't really announce a lot of the live streams, I'm just going like, "Hey, I'm on stream today," which annoys the hell out of. I know a lot of the viewers, but yeah, sorry. It's just kind of how I operate. Got a little too light too fast with this color, but I'll work with it. Just deal with it. Let it do its thing. So I'm guessing my light source is kind of coming from like the top and then sort of this right section. So I'm kind of basing a lot of my strokes and movements off of that. Trying to build up my light from like so that top and working its way down and everything. So I'm like, I'm gonna avoid this wet spot, and I totally went right over it. Also, I want to apologize. I know it says it in the description box below, but I usually have the camera facing down over me. But my sort of home-built rig for doing that involves some PVC pipe and the light stand for my spotlight. But my spotlight is pointing at the still life that I need to work on for the book, so I can't move it. And that's why I don't have an overhead shot today. So I do apologize that I don't have a good angle on what I'm working on. Just hopefully it just works out the best way that it can for you guys. So yeah, that's really the reasoning behind that. It's like I'm not specifically trying to make it difficult on you guys, but I have a lot of projects I'm doing. And you might be thinking, wait a minute, the book got delayed. Why aren't you working on the book? I have to have the motivation to work on the book. Which just putting it out there for you guys and doing it on time should have been enough, but it's not for me. So what I have been lacking lately is actually working on paintings because I haven't done enough. And because I haven't done enough, it kind of brings my whole mood down a little bit. So things kind of get mentally backed up. And if I don't have that release of working on a painting, then I'm obviously not going to spend the extra time working on a book. So that's most of the reasoning behind it not getting done. But like I mean, the other thing is I've given the advice to you have to push through it, and you do. I'm not great at it. I've learned to get better, but there are occasionally things just I get behind, things just kind of catch up to me a little bit, and I just don't work on it. So again, sorry, but you know that's as much of an excuse as and I shouldn't be giving excuses. I should just be doing it. But in terms of my art, in terms of things I need to be working on, it's important that I do that and spend time working on my own projects, as well as projects that I'm giving out for you guys. So, and I think that's kind of always happened to me though. It's like if I haven't worked on a painting in a while, then I get like, I don't know, tense. It's because working on a painting for me is such a kind of a release of just built up crap that I've been experiencing. And there's a question that I hear occasionally from time to time. It's what do you think about when you're painting or doing something? Actually, this is a good question for you guys. So leave me a comment on this. Is what is your thought process like while you're working on art? If you're an artist, or maybe if you're writing, or whatever you happen to do, that is your hobby, or your job even. What are you thinking about while you're doing stuff? And what I always say, I think pisses people off because they're like, "Oh, I'm always worried about this." I'm like, I don't think about anything. To me, working on a painting is absolutely one. It's creating a world is essentially over-glorified escapism. It's the same escapism as playing a video game or watching a movie, or just getting enveloped in like if you're like somebody who reads a lot more, getting enveloped in a story just to escape whatever crap's happening in your everyday life. And that's really important for me to use it that way. But again, when I'm working on a piece, it's not about whatever I'm feeling, and feeling like the only thing I'm really thinking about is how do I make this look right. Um, I step back, I look at the piece, and I play with you know, the color, and look at my concept, look at my sketch, and think about the piece. But everything from my day, everything that was happening, everything I was worried about, all of that goes away. And that's why I paint. That's why I love to paint. Because it just takes me totally out of my elements, um, in terms of my regular life anyway. And I just build into this world that I'm creating, essentially. You know, I just really push myself into this thing that I'm making. So really, it's like, yes, where's your mind while you're working on a painting? It's in the painting. Um, it's in this world. It's what does this world look like? A lot of times it's like, there's a rock here. Is this rock getting moisture? If it's getting moisture, maybe it's going to have moss or grass around it. You know, what do all of these things, how do all the things come together? And I think that's something that's just, to me, it's really, I'm getting like really personal today too. This is weird. But I mean, really, I don't work and think about a lot of stuff. I'm not trying to process my day. I'm trying to forget it. I'm getting rid of all of that stuff, you know. Well, also because a lot of times I'm listening to it, and that's also if I'm working in silence too, which is, I should say, is rare. When I work, I'm usually watching. I have a YouTube video open. I've got, you know, a playlist of music going. Open up Pandora, whatever, because that distracts me nicely too. Kind of. Also, I find that like a couple of good rock songs or something will motivate me to work harder, just because it's kind of it's that auditory jumpiness that music gives you. So it's a lot about just trying to match that energy from the music and bring it into the energy of the piece. And by energy in this case, I mean physical energy, like hey, let's wake up and move, and yeah, you know. So there's that. But in terms of everything else, it's just, I just think about the piece. Think about the world, think about the thing that I'm building. Oh man, that's looking good. And that's a rare thing too, to get to a point, and it took me a while to get to this point where I can look at something and say, that's turning out great. You know, you gotta, I can look at it and say, yeah, I'm failing in a lot of ways, but at the same time, it's just like, that's going where I want it to go, and I'm confident enough in my own skill set that I can say, this is going to be good. Dede saying, depends on the project. Commission, portrait, fantasy animal. You can think about different things. I think that's a good point. I think if you're working on something for someone, it's important to think about the person who's getting it, that maybe you want to tweak things to see how they like it better. So yeah, I think that level of cognition probably a little more important. Wayne says he thinks about food. Finish work so you can eat. I like that. That's fun. All right. Get the camera up on the table again here. In my crappy busted tripod. This was the new tripod too. That's what gets me. This was the fancy new one, and within like I don't know, 2 months of having it, it like broke. It's like, it's a piece of crap. And my old tripod, the like little $100 one, I think this was
technically the net value is probably more, but I got it in a package deal, so it worked out. But the my older, cheaper tripod has lasted me longer, and it's still better than any other thing I've used. It's a little bit rickety, it wobbles a bit, but it holds up and it's steady, which is just kind of hilarious. All right. The full shot. All righty. Oh, getting caught on cardboard. All righty. That there. Get this lined up. These top-down shots are always a little harder. Okay. Should be good with one more highlight on these trees. Then I can start dropping in some guidelines for the rest of this. So I don't know if you guys have actually seen the color concept for this, but the rock structure, I did something a little different than I normally do. Well, technically every painting I do something a little different than I normally do. But in Photoshop, I painted it to give the illusion that the carvings in the rock are recessed. And I've done this, I've mostly done raised surfaces on a lot of my paintings, where I build up stuff with molding paste and then I sometimes carve it away to kind of give it that raised section. But I thought about it, and I was going to actually literally carve away the sections, but I'm thinking, I think it'd be more fun to try and really paint it to give it the perceived texture rather than the actual texture this time. That, and when I use the actual molding paste in the other rocks, it'll make those pop out a little bit more too. So that's probably what I'll end up doing with those. So let's get my final highlight color, which is going to be mostly yellow and green, but brighter. Brighter and more awesome. All right, that looks pretty good. One thing I've also found with particularly paint is that you cannot be afraid to use a lot of it. It's like, yeah, you kind of want to be like, yeah, paint's expensive, and it is. You still got to be able to use it. Got to be able to take a nice big scoop out of the jar or the tube. Just lay that off of there. I'm trying to think of other things that I want to ask you guys, because I'm trying to build up the conversation a bit. All right. So, and the other thing too, in order to get it to look nice on video, I often have to paint in a slightly more awkward fashion. Like for this example, I want the piece to have less glare, and I also want where the painting is in the video still, I want it to look like it's laying flat, which it's not. If I let it, it's, you can see from the side, but it's not flat here. It's angled way up, but in the viewfinder of the camera, it looks flat. So when you're watching the video, you'll be like, oh, I know what he did there. But the other thing is getting the jars in enough that they're not going to stick out, so it won't be obvious. So yeah, I got that and this. A little behind the scenes there for the for you guys. Oh, there is the real behind the scenes video, which if you haven't checked out on the second channel, that's fun too. The everything you need to know about sketchbooks video. I took my old camera and I just set it in the corner and recorded while I was recording a video. So it's basically all the stuff in between. So I was like, say this line. That didn't work. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Oh, that worked. Okay. Take this. Take a step to the side. Record the next part. So it's, at least in my opinion, it's a little more interesting to see just than the actual video. So you can watch the video is like 4.5 minutes long, and the behind the scenes video with the unedited section is like 18 minutes long. So it's like there's a lot more work that goes into making a 3 to 5 minute video than just making something in 3 to 5 minutes. It doesn't actually go that fast. Dede asking if I want company. Sure, if you would like to come in, by all means. Let me know if you need a link. Gotta thin this ever so slightly. One of the great pieces of advice that I've learned from Bob Ross, actually rewatching Bob Ross later in life, is this advice that thin paint sticks to thick paint. And I was like, really? And then I tried it, and I was like, holy crap, it does. So if you're particularly in either in oils or acrylics, really, if you're waiting for your layers to dry, you can just thin the paint a little, and it helps significantly. It's actually a funny thing I've noticed, particularly this year, is that I'm so accustomed to acrylics and how they dry that have gotten so fast at painting that sometimes I'm faster than the paint is drying. So I'm painting and I'm like, the paint's not dry yet. Why not? I'm actually moving faster than I should be. It's also a nice sign that you can say, okay, slow down. Take your time. Don't rush things. Other good advice. I did hit record, right? Yeah, okay, good. that nagging suspicion is like, maybe I didn't. I mean, it's a good suspicion to have. It doesn't take long to just look up at it, but it's also why I don't do time lapses very much anymore. Did I hit record? Oh crap, I didn't. I'm not making a video of this now. But since I switched to the other style of painting video, it doesn't matter if I did or not. But I did, so it's fine. It's fine either way. Only problem is people don't know how to search for a PPV. They're like, oh, it's not a speed painting. I don't know what it is. Let me get in here. This is turning out pretty good, actually. Okay, that's not bad. I might try and get some more darks in to the underside of this in a little bit, but for the most part, that looks all right. Let me flip this. And get the other ones a little thinner. We got a newcomer in the comments. A couple of them. My Nashka? And I gotta get closer to the screen. Uterus, not uterus, because that would be bad. I'm not gonna try. Just look in the chat. Yeah, I'll get some links out to you guys. you're welcome to join in. I'm not real picky with it today or anything like that. Yeah, so anyone, fans too, watching, if you want to join me today, come on in. Just let me know in the chat, and I will get you a link. Okay, so let me get... Hopefully I will manage my windows properly and not screw something up that I should, like closing the chat, like closing the Hangout without thinking about it, which I've done, because that would be bad. Oh my. For the reference, Facebook's always slower to get to, so this is going to take a little while. Oh, Dede says you know her. Oh, thank God. Yay, I'm not inviting random people. It's not that I'm not. It's just... it's how we get to know each other in the art community here. Don't feel threatened by us. We're normal people, sort of. We're normal as we can be for artists. So I'll say that. Can only be so normal being an artist. All right, Dede, you got a direct link, and let me get one out to said other person. Spell this right here. Nice to have you guys here. By the way, if you're just joining in, I'm working on stuff all day today. So feel free to come in, leave, chat. At least let me know what you're thinking of what I'm doing in the chat. And I gotta hit pause on my camera before I record way more video footage than I need. Leaving native Russian? That's neat. Estonia, holy crap. You guys are awesome. Props to you guys. just do Estonia. To find you on Google Plus, Manashka. Not sure where you're hiding on things. That I can find. This might be a little more proving to be a little more difficult than I first thought. I keep forgetting I'm only on one computer right now. Just have two screens, so I lose track of stuff easily. What did you do that for? Get over here. Why is this? Hooray for slow internet connections and weird windows. Hold on. I will figure this out, I promise. Maybe. Whoa. What happened? Sorry, video just cut out for some weird reason. I don't know why. It just decided to. Sorry. Why did this? What happened? What happened?
Ben, can you hear me?
Yes, something's really loud for some reason.
Okay, I'll turn it
What's
down.
happening? No, it's me. Something weird happened to me. I don't know why.
I have on earbuds, so it shouldn't have any reverb.
My camera just decided to stop working altogether. Just nope, not gonna work anymore. Whoa! What is playing? What is playing right now?
I don't know, Ben. I gotta fix my
Do you
camera.
have something open?
Me? No, all I got is this. I shut
Something's
everything
going on.
else.
What is playing and where?
I gotta fix my lighting here.
Oh crap.
I don't know, Ben. I can sort of hear a little something in the very, very background.
I fixed that thing.
Okay.
I just don't know why the camera decided to cut out. I think I might have to refresh the Hangouty thing. See, you screwed something up.
Did I?
I don't know. Did you?
I don't know.
This shouldn't disrupt the stream too much, but I'm gonna have to refresh. So you just sit tight. I just need
And
to
see what happens. Okay.
Yeah.
Here. If it gets locked out. Oh, well, he's gone. Oh. Let me do a test on this chat here. Okay. Come back, Ben.
I'm back.
Come back, Ben.
All right. I don't know what happened, everyone. Sorry. Wow. That was crazy. Oh yeah, I was working on getting what's her name in here.
Oh no, you might have to leave again.
No, I just gotta find her Google Plus thing.
Got to move my camera over here. I forget it's backwards on a Hangout.
Yeah.
I forget about that. So I'm like moving left and it should be moving right. So I got to get that. There we go. I think that's good.
Okay, let's see if I can't get this taken care of.
Well, anyway, I am got to move back now.
Let's see that thing.
There you go.
There you are.
Did you find her?
Yes, I found you. You got an invite. It may not show up right away, but it should be there eventually. So yeah, you've also been added to the community fan base list. So yay.
I'm already a Ben fan.
You are. So yeah. should be back for you guys.
So I'm just working on
All right.
a girl here. And I thought, well, Ben doesn't have his buddy there tonight. And Yaz doesn't come on till like late for
10.
me. Yeah. So
Well, I was just like, you know what? I got to get some stuff done today. I need an extra motivator. I'm like, I know. I'll just stream for like 6 hours.
well, I streamed this morning. I did my Inktober
Nice.
drawings. Yeah.
Less. So it was nice to have you taking up the chat a lot.
Taking up what?
Taking up the chat earlier. And
Oh, well, that's okay. I'm used to it. Hang on. Let me answer that real quick. Hey, I'm streaming. Can I call you back? Okay. What was I going to say?
That was nice. That was nice and quick. I'm streaming. Call me
Yeah,
back.
my family's used to that, Ben. You know, they know if I'm streaming, I'll just say I'm streaming. They go, okay.
I actually put a sign on the door to the basement today. I'm like, don't yell down the stairs. I'm streaming.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so when I saw that your buddy left, I forget his name again. What's his name?
Apology.
Yeah, but what's his real name?
He doesn't like me saying it on air.
Oh, okay, because I
some
know
weird
what it is,
reason.
but it just slipped my mind. Yeah, that's okay. Well, anyway, yeah. When I heard that he, saw that he left, but anyway, I'm used to doing multiple, talking and chatting. I don't see anybody. I put a, comment in the chat to see if anybody would say something, but nobody is yet. So I don't know if I'm on.
My Nazca said something in. Yeah, I sent you a thing, my Nazca. Hopefully it'll get to you. I'm not sure. It's sometimes it's weird. But it was sent through your Google Plus page, so you might have to go check over there. So yeah, sometimes it's hard to get new people in, so it's not always easy. Anyway, so I need something.
It's nice to be here for a little while then, Ben. It's raining.
Yeah, it's nice to have you in. Yeah. I got a little bit of work done outside today, but for the most part, it was like, yeah, let's get this done before it rains. A little bit of blue, maybe.
I gotta decide what color. Let's see.
Turquoise.
I know. I'm gonna put some of your favorite stuff on here, Ben. Look away.
My favorite stuff. What is it? What's my favorite stuff? Oh dear God. Burn it. Burn it with fire.
Some craft paint. Yeah. Sorry, Ben. Now I got to decide what kind of. She's got kind of a reddy orange hair. I think I'll start with that. Yeah, I'm gonna craft paint her right on up, Ben.
No.
I'm almost out of this color.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, I know.
I'm almost out of this color. I'm almost out of a handful of colors, actually.
You
I haven't
what?
restocked paint in like a year.
I didn't hear what you said about the paint. What?
I haven't restocked paint in like a year.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't use paint on the faces. I just like underpaint the hair and the clothes, but all the skin is done with color pencil. Not that makes you any happier that I use it. I know. I watch your videos. I watch your life fast. That's not good. Don't use it. It's crap. I watch all that, Ben.
I know you do.
Just ignore you.
You're welcome. Right. I'm just going to start calling him the U viewer because I don't want to mispronounce it as uterus. But our U viewer. I know that's not what it is, but it's all I can pronounce it as right now.
I'll have to open up YouTube as well. So because on here, I don't see the chat. I mean, there's a chat open, but I'm not seeing people. So I guess I should open YouTube to see that.
Yeah, you open the actual video and then.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that in a second.
But our you viewer is saying, don't get your hopes up. I ain't gonna start making any videos. So you don't have to. I'm not forcing you to. It's okay just to be a fan.
Let's see here. Let me go find Ben.
I'm right here.
No, I mean on I'm trying to find the live. Let's go live stream. I want to find. Let me mute that right off though.
Yeah.
So we don't get. There we go. All right, now I'm seeing
everybody
the
in the chat. Nice to have you guys here.
I'll just have two windows there.
If you're just joining in, hanging out with Dede here today and some other people as they come in and everything like that. Working on projects, working on a painting in particular, but catching up on things and talking about art and cool stuff.
And making Ben upset that I'm using acrylic paint.
Craft acrylics.
Craft acrylic paint, yes, not just acrylic. Yeah, craft.
You can call it acrylic. I don't know. It's garbage. Garbage in a tube.
Now.
Play nice, children.
Play nice.
Fight like siblings.
So what all do you have to get done tonight, Ben?
Hopefully do this painting, start another painting, and work on the book.
Yeah, what about the book? I haven't seen. I saw that it was delayed, but I didn't see. You had like a 2-minute video or something about why it's delayed.
Yeah, it's I'm not done with the last illustration, so.
Oh, okay. I'm sure I knew there would had to be a good reason, but
yeah,
I just didn't see what it was.
I was like, yeah, this will be great. I'll get it done. I worked on it really hard the one day, and I was like, I just need a break.
Yeah.
Spent like 3 hours, and I'm like, I can't do this again. I gotta wait a little bit.
Well, you do. You always have a lot going on, and I really love seeing when you go to the art fair. You know, there locally. That's awesome. Did you get to do the dual painting thing this year, where you painted?
Yes, that
with
was
somebody.
That was early. This was April.
Okay. Well, so all right. I saw that. I guess I'm thinking it came around again when you did this other art fair.
I did. Yeah. I did. I did the live thing in June, and then I did a live thing again Saturday. But those were different things.
Okay.
So, yeah. Get the camera down for a couple of shots.
I didn't really do a big setup here. I hope it's clear and everything. I just kind of turned on the camera.
That camera trusted you when you turned on it.
I'm just kind of mapping. Yeah, you're just funny. You're just kidding around.
I know.
I don't know. For me, you just, when you're talking to somebody while you're working or watching a hangout, I mean, to me, you just get more done.
Yeah,
you kind of get in a zone.
That was my thought with doing the stream. Like, I got to get a lot of stuff done. I might as well stream.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Got that a little dark.
I was saying earlier, a lot of times I put on music or a video or something while I'm working, just because it like helps me get stuff done, and it gets me moving.
I don't know. I don't. I like to listen to somebody talk more than music.
Yeah, I'll do that if Chris Oatley has a podcast up. I'll have that playing. So that's always good. Well, this dark is really helping this out. Really making that color pop out. I love freaking color contrast.
Okay, let me put my request in for those two bookmarks that you had, the one that was orange and one that was blue, like you said.
Well, they're all orange and blue.
Well,
so.
But the second, you don't have to do it right this second, but I was just, next time when you take a little break,
I'll-
I'll show you which one I like.
I'll take a big picture of all of them, and you can point them out to
Okay,
me.
okay, because there was one it has a tree, the tree in the orange, and like a mountain
Again,
on the
Again, there's
blue.
like 6 of them. So.
Oh, okay.
That's why I make them all about the same. Just
Yeah,
with, like,
I
little
really,
variations,
really
so.
like those, Ben. Those are awesome. I mean, I like some of the other prints too, but I didn't get a good look at them. But yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah, those are
Took your advice.
awesome. Those were awesome.
Took your advice on the cards.
And so I was really impressed with all those prints you had.
Thank you. I'm actually turning a profit this year too, which is nice.
Yay, Ben. Yeah, we spend it all back into the art supplies, right?
Well, no, even with my couple of restocks, I'm turning a profit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I have kind of been watching how much I've been going to the art store, and like I don't need to be buying all this stuff again.
Well, you got to buy stuff you need, though. I mean, look,
Right.
I'm gonna have to.
But I'm there.
Pencils.
It's like the giant brush pen. It's like I was there. I'm like, I don't have one of these yet. You know?
Yeah. Well, I don't have one of those, but I do have one. This is what I'm using with the Inktober. Is one of these Pentel brush pens, Ben. This.
Yeah, I got to try one of those.
Yeah.
They were interesting.
It's
you got to get used
to it. Yeah.
It was the smaller one, the pocket pen that I tried.
Oh,
But,
okay.
it was this lady I work with draws too, so we've been like exchanging tips here and there a little bit, and she's like, "Here, try this," and I used it a little bit, and I'm like, "I'm gonna ruin this," and she's like, "No, I got I got 2 or 3 of them. Just use it for a whole little while."
Well, that's good. So, have you been using it?
No, I used it for 10-15 minutes and give it back to her.
Okay, gotcha.
Like she was standing there, and I'm like, "Don't leave me with this thing. It's gonna get destroyed." So I was kind of careful with. I have to pull up the sketch here that I did. Okay. So I was trying to find something that I was already sort of comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
So I did this little tree with the pocket pen.
Oh, I like that. Well, I like all your sketches, your sketchbooks. That's just. I like your paintings too, but I watch every one of your sketchbook videos. I watch all of them, but especially don't miss the sketchbook.
It's a lot of time that you spent.
Oh, well, I really like your sketchbooks, though.
No, that's fine. I am not condemning you for liking my stuff. I just.
Oh my gosh!
It's weird for me. Like especially
that people
when
like your work.
Yeah.
I don't know why it should be, Ben.
It's because I'm nobody.
But just because you don't have a famous name doesn't mean that your work's not good.
Yeah, but it's just weird. It's just maybe I'm just not the kind of person that like sucks up the fame. Well, it's the same thing. Like when I'm getting subscribers all the time on YouTube, and and I see like the number. When I go to the total, and I look at the number, and I'm like, really, all of you? All right.
Oh well, I love your work. So.
Well, thank you. Some interesting. Got to hit that level somewhere between humility and pride.
Well, you can still be humble on the inside, but you do kind of have to put yourself out there and promote yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even if you don't, you're still humble, but you got to say, hey, but I'm humble, but look at my stuff, because otherwise no one's going to ever find you.
Right.
Right.
You have to be able to sell yourself a little.
Exactly.
Okay, I can start working on the over sketch now for this. So get that and Conte.
And I need to get the other thing back up. And how are you guys doing in the chat? Having a look here.
Oh yeah, let me check chat too. You're not doing a drawing a day. You could do a drawing a day. You could if you wanted to.
Well,
I'm talking
you
to
can't.
the
Yeah, I
person
know.
there.
It's not impossible, but after about 2 weeks, you start hating it. You're just like, oh God, I got to do this thing and whatever. And then if you can push past that, you'll just keep doing it.
Yeah.
But like it'll be really fun for a while, and then you'll hit a wall, and you're like, I don't want to freaking do this. But if you can push past that, it's so worth it.
Well, also though too, Ben, I think there's a difference between people that are doing this for a living and we do it
Right.
every day, and we have to do it every day, and then someone that doesn't have to do it every day. You know, it does make a difference when you have to do it every day. Well, I don't want to say have to, but you
Right.
are doing it every day.
Yeah. Get yourself in that rhythm. You got another
Yeah.
friend of yours here, Kathy Arbor.
Hey, Kathy. Let me go back over to the chat here. I got 2 windows open so I can see the chat. Kathy is an amazing artist too. She's like in our Ustream family, but she has YouTube channel and she's awesome. So if anybody's here in the chat and wants to check out Kathy Arbor, she's great. Good to see you, Kathy.
I gotta move away from the camera for a little bit. Sorry.
Okay, Ben.
I just gotta sit because I gotta do the sketch of the rocks on top now. And I
Yeah.
gotta go over. I gotta sit close enough to my image that I can see where I'm
See
at.
what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. I should probably should have used gray, but whatever. I've kind of I'll use graphite occasionally when I'm sketching on a canvas, but I've kind of mostly switched to using Conte crayon because it'll just kind of blend right, put like white and gray in particular, because it'll just kind of mix right into the paint and disappear.
Yeah.
I did want to ask you though, since I haven't really talked to you in sort of
A while.
I mean, I've got little comments here and there.
Uh-huh.
But what you thought of the most recent interview that I did? With my friend, with Albert, the sculptor and things, sculpture.
I know.
and
What was it recent
things
though, Ben?
It was
It seems like.
it was like July maybe.
Yeah, I have to think about it now because that's a while back. I was going to say, but I watched all of them. Everything you ask great questions. You're a great interviewer. But my favorite is still the one you did, and I can't remember his name now. But the painter, James, is that what it was? That was awesome. But yeah, that one was good too. I'm not thinking of the questions right now, Ben.
We sat in his living room.
Yeah, I'm picturing it, but I'm not thinking of the question.
Let me think. He started as a painter and then moved to like sculpture and silversmithing, and there was this transition between painting and sculpture where he was like using graph paper, and they're like, no, you're gonna stop using graph paper.
That's right. Yeah, was he like gonna be a monk or something at one time?
Well, no, that's both of us. We met in the seminary.
That's right. Okay, gotcha. It's all coming back to me now. Yeah. It took me a minute. Yeah. That was a while back, Ben. You need to ask me what I think when it's closer to when you do them.
I haven't talked to you in like 3 months.
I know, that's true. That's true. We've been busy, both of us. But yeah, that was awesome. He had a lot of different viewpoints on art that people, if they have them, they don't talk about them,
Yeah.
And so it was really, to me, it was really interesting to hear that, different, what he thinks of art. And yeah, I really like that. I need to go back and watch it again. because it was really good. Now that I'm remembering, I'm going, oh yeah, that was pretty good.
It was probably so far my favorite one that I did. Just because it's just
because you know him.
Well, not even that, but it just has such a great sense of humor. You know, it's like he's throwing in like it was funny when I was cutting the video together. Every now and then there would be this little spike in the audio track, and it was one of the things where he starts to laugh. You know.
Oh. Well, I don't know. I was paying more attention because you know him and you know his personality, but yeah, but it was, to me, the content was really interesting.
Yeah. Well, I kind of when I do an interview, I kind of tailor it to who the person is.
Right.
To some degree, you know. I was like, okay, I know this much about you already.
Right.
You know? I love hearing, in particular, one of the questions I ask is kind of a standard, which is the where did you first encounter art question. And that one to me is the most interesting for everybody.
His was what was it?
His dad used to draw on like napkins to keep him quiet.
Okay.
And entertained.
Well, I'm thinking more about what his first reason for getting into it, not just where he first encountered it, but I'm thinking,
yeah. Well, but no, it's that first encounter I think is always fun. Because you get some people that are like, oh, I was a little kid and I was like somewhere with my parents or this thing, and I learned from a family member. Like that's to me is so much fun. So.
Yeah, I enjoy those. I wish you could do more of them, but I know it takes a lot of time and.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could do more of them too, but
yeah, because those are really awesome.
They're harder to set up. There's another friend of mine in the Cleveland area that I wanted to do that same weekend, and we couldn't set it up. But she's a fashion designer. And she does a lot of like prom dresses and stuff for people. But she studied under this woman who's like one of these like super high-end top people that only train maybe a handful of people every year. And I want to talk to her so bad.
Oh, that would be interesting. Yeah.
Because that's another thing too is I like so far I've hit 3 really different kinds of artists. You know, Sakura is a digital painter and concept artist. James Gettner was
a popular video
traditional oil. Yeah, that's the Sakura one. I kind of figured it would be. It still is. People keep coming into it. Can't think now. James Gettner interview because he's a classically trained oil painter. And then Albert is he's multifaceted in a lot of ways, but it's like sculpture and restoration work. Like those are 3 really different fields.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, the restoration thing that I was trying to remember what his like real specialty is at the moment, you know?
Yeah.
The restoration. Yeah.
Yeah. I had all the images in of the stuff he did, and yeah, there's a couple interviews with sort of people online and other YouTubers that I know I could do if I just asked.
Yeah, but it does take time.
But I'm also sort of afraid to ask, knowing who they are.
All I'm gonna say is no.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, it's just then it's a matter of can I talk to them and not seem giddy?
You could, Ben.
I probably could.
You could, because like when you did the one, James, is that his name, the oil painter?
Yeah.
You were very professional. You did great. You were very, very professional, and it was you could tell that you were like a little bit in awe of him, but at the same time, you kept cool. You were cool, man.
Well, also because I had gotten to know him in like a year.
That's true. That's true. So but that was a good one. And my husband even watched it and thought, that's good. I think he actually watched it twice with me. That the one with James. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah, but what's interesting to me about the relationship that he and I have is that
Mhm.
he's been painting, like I said in the interview, he's been painting twice as long as I've been alive.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a
Well,
long time.
and that's what's great about the older artists like that. The history of what they've gone through and what they've
Right,
done,
but
and you know.
what's interesting to me, and this still blows my mind that is that we're able to converse on the same level,
Uh-huh.
which is to me is I don't know how rare that is, but it feels like that's not something that happens very often. That you know that we can look at each other's work and say, "Wow, I really like that."
Yeah. Well, I think
Specifically
that's
when he
awesome.
says that to about one of my pieces, and that we can talk about technique and color and trade ideas
Uh-huh.
on that level,
Well, he's
and
probably
have me be like so much younger is just crazy to me.
well, he must like your work then.
I guess it's back to that same thing. I'm like, really?
Why wouldn't he though? But it's good, Ben. That's the thing. I think you don't realize that it is. Or you may not
We're
realize
all
that it is.
we're all
No.
really hard. I mean,
Well, yeah, we are hard on ourselves for sure.
I recognize what I can do well, but at the same time, I don't think I'm as good as a lot of people think that I am.
Well, but you have to also realize how you are, if you look at a lot of what other people, where they are,
Yeah.
they see your techniques or your style or something in your art that they're learning from. I love your landscapes and your I see the stories in them. I don't know, I'm just like that. I see the stories in the art.
I've really that was something that I consciously started doing in the past year is really thinking
Mhm,
about the story in my
mhm,
work.
mhm, mhm.
And
I see that because I like to do, although yours are more much more a landscape kind of stories, even though when you throw in your little people every now and then, but it's like because I like to do collage and mixed media stories too, that people have to kind of read into them, and I like to do that with when I'm looking at other people's art. I like to read into what they might be thinking, or where the thinking process was about that, and the story they were trying to tell, and is that what they were thinking, or is that just how I look at it. I look at all that stuff.
yeah, I think a lot of people, even just like fans of the arts and people I've met in galleries, that's what they do. Is they're
Uh-huh.
trying to figure it out.
Well, that's to
And
me.
then they ask me like, "What does this piece mean?" And I was
Well,
like, "What does
that's
it
what I
mean
was
to
just
you?"
getting ready to say. That's exactly what I say too, because to me, those kind of story, and not all. I mean, like, this isn't a story. This is not a story. I mean, it's a girl. She might have a story, but it's not telling a story in the same sense as like our landscapes and stuff do. Our fantasy pieces and all that. But that's what I do too. I tell people, I know what I'm thinking while I'm doing it, but it's not so important as to what I'm thinking as what do you see in it. What do
Because you don't want to taint what they
what they could
thought.
perceive in it? Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And it's more
And
important for them to look at it and what do they see
right.
than to try to explain it.
Yeah, and I will but if they persist, I'll kind of come up with something. But the other part of it was for a long time I didn't have anything to say.
Uh-huh.
Because they're like, "Hey, what does this piece mean?" I'm like, "I don't know. I thought it looked cool."
Yeah.
And that's
But
nice.
you probably did, Ben. Maybe you just didn't know how to word it in words.
Yeah, and my other recent live show, I kind of talked about that. It's like you got to know how to talk about your work
Right.
to some
Right.
degree. And even like in the sketching too, I'm thinking about it a lot more, and how to like really thinking about the world that I'm building, and not just how to make it look nice. Should have recorded all of this of me painting the rocks base color, and I didn't. Oh well. I forgot. I forgot.
Oh.
But it's a painting process video, so it doesn't matter. As long as it's close. Have to tilt this up again. Heavy stuff. Heavy stuff. This is turning out all right. I'm feeling better about it than I did before.
The one that when you were going through the different ones, I love the one that you called, I wrote it down. Did I bring it in here? It's in the other room. Cool, dark, what was it? Not dark thinking. What was it?
I think it was Cold Heart.
Cold, yeah, that's it. I love that one. I wrote it down, but I put it in the other room.
This one.
Yeah, that's awesome, Ben. That one is awesome. I love that one.
I'll set that one aside. You can...
I like that one. That one's good.
Here, let me get out the little bookmarks again. We'll go through.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, let me pick out that one I like. 'Cause it was the second one you showed, but I'm sure they're not in the same order now.
They probably might be. But all right. So let's see. Number 1.
Okay, wait, you got a glare. Kind of tilt it a little bit. Okay, there, that's good. Okay, keep going.
Okay.
That's not it. I think it was the next one. No, that's not it. It's that one. That's the one.
That one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
That one
Was there another one?
I didn't. I stopped thinking after that one because that was the one I really liked.
Well, let me run through them again.
Okay, all right. Keep going. Keep going. That one's cool too. I like that where you have a tree on one and a cliff, mountain, rock formation on the other. I like that one too. That would be my second one because I like the purple.
Well, let me finish.
Keep going. Yeah. Keep going. Keep going. I like those other two better. Keep going.
That's it.
Okay, I like those other two. Either one of those I would like. Yeah.
How about both?
Okay.
Well, those two and the small print would be $20.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Ben.
So I'll set those aside.
Okay.
And we'll talk about.
Okay. I already have your
payment later. I know.
I already saw that when I was commenting in it. You know, I was kind of making it funny.
If you have PayPal or a credit card, you can send it to me directly.
Yeah, yeah.
That works too. And then I can get them mailed out. But yeah, anyway, back to this mess. I was actually kind of worried about how this piece was going to turn out at first.
Why? You worry? Yeah, I think you worry too much.
I do that every time. I saw a picture once. It might have been on a blog. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you worry too much.
Oh, it's called The Creative Process, and it was like series of 4 or 5 steps, and it was like, I have an idea. I'm gonna start working on this idea. This idea sucks. What's wrong with me? This is turning out terrible. Oh, this is crazy. And it was, maybe this isn't so bad. Hey, I think I like this. Done. And I'm like, yeah, that's it. That's exactly it.
Oh, I haven't checked the chat for a minute. Let's do that. Because it's a separate window, so I don't know.
Juanita's in the house.
Hey, Juanita. Littlefoot. Yeah, I call her Littlefoot because when she spins on her spinning stuff, it's not really a spinning wheel. It's like, but anyway, when she spins, yeah, she has a little foot. She says it's not little, but looks little when it's on camera. So I started calling her Littlefoot. Just a little joke for her. She knows.
My Nashko was saying back when we talked about the interviews, Age
Oh,
has
yeah.
nothing to do with anything. You guys speak the same language. Language in quotations.
Yeah. But I really do. I do enjoy your interviews for sure, Ben.
Well, thank you. Even though I asked, so it's kind of leading up for my own compliment there.
Well, no,
We
not
got,
really. But when you do an interview, that is something you kind of really need some feedback on because you're not, you don't know.
Right.
Did I ask the right question? Did I ask the kind of questions y'all would want to know?
Yeah, we've got Rarith Art in the chat as well. Arith Art. Must be someone from my side of the world. She says I don't know, he, she, whatever. They say passion for something can transcend many barriers. I think it can. And painters like me are a very strange breed. Wayne says your portrait is amazing, Dede.
It's coming along. I'll show you the last two I did here. I think they're in this book here. Well, actually, I got three. Did this one. I really liked his hat. Let's see what else. This is the one I just did.
Oh, I saw that one. That one's great.
Yeah, but I really like this one. This is one of my favorites. I really like her. It kind of flashes out the color.
She's got character to her.
Yeah. And let's see. Then I got, and then this is a friend of mine. Her name's Mistel, and an online art teacher. And I really like the way that one turned out too. And I got tons of them, but I'm just, those are some of the recent ones.
Nice.
But thanks, Wayne.
My Nash also saying, Ben, so you consider fashion as art? Yes and no. It is a working art profession because it is creative in that sense. It is more design than it is like fine art because I always have to kind of specify, like I sit in the fine art world, so I'm thinking of something maybe a little higher class than a lot of the commercial arts. My friend's work in particular, a lot of her, for her, she's not designing like a line of clothes. She's designing a dress. So every one of her designs is a single individual design. It's not being like infinitely reproduced. So in that sense, what she does is very much an art. So yeah, it's also helping giving my paint time to dry here. Yeah. Excellent.
So do you have any more shows or
I think I don't think I've got anything else major until November, unless something comes up. I was talking with Yasmin about this one though. This thing is part of the show Saturday. Is I'm also now in another artist collective called the Red Fish Bowl.
Oh, cool.
And you can go to I have to double check the address. I don't know if it's theredfishbowl.com or just redfishbowl.com. But
okay.
But it's basically a small collective right now. So yeah, it's just redfishbowl.com.
Redfishbowl.com.
I'm one of 8 other artists in this little collective. So that's basically my own little profile-y thing on there that has a little bio and then some of my work. So yeah, I'm there now, and I'm
awesome.
I have that little extra outlet of so with that thing, there are like little shows and things that are going to come up through the Red Fish Bowl and everything. So there could be one in January at a gallery in the city, which would be a huge like leap up in the next into the next level.
Oh, awesome.
It's one of those things where it's like I got a text from the guy the one day. He said, "I think we're booked for Gallery 4 for January," and I was just like, "Oh, holy crap!"
So you better get busy. Is that what he's saying?
Well, it'll likely be a group show with the other Red Fishbowl guys. But, yeah, I saw that and it was just kind of like, whoa, that's gonna be a good show. It's not I think the Gallery Foresight, they don't have anything. Gallery Foresight, that sounded weird together. The gallery has foresight into the next world. What? The Gallery 4 website doesn't show anything, I think, past December. So,
okay.
Again, it's one of those things where it's like not showing up yet, but it's very good chance that we did like book the spot for that show. So that would be great. So I need a secondary palette now since I need to work on a grayer color.
Let me just see. Where's my? I want to bump my head on the. I got my overhang here, and when I go under here, I have a stick right here with the camera hanging down. When I go under it, I bump my head on it all the time.
I usually do that for these shows, but part of my overhead camera thing involves using my light stand, and my light is pointing at the still life that I need to do for the book.
Oh, okay.
And so I can't move it. So the camera's off to the side today. I looked, I'm like, okay, I'm thinking to get the camera up, and I looked, and I was like, oh, crap.
I don't know how many different tripods and stands I have. I'm trying all different things, Ben, and it's just like,
Yeah.
But how's your new camera working out? Is it working out, the one you did the unboxing?
Yeah, it's been really good. The tripod that came with it is garbage.
Yeah. Oh, really? Is that the one that you just showed that broke?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's
horrible.
My whatever 6-8-year-old other crappy cheaper tripod works better.
Oh my goodness.
It wouldn't be as bad. There was a section, the little crank to lift the camera up broke off like almost immediately. But I kind of glued it to. I don't even use it. I just kind of like pull the whole thing up, so I didn't really need it anyway. But the other day I was not the other day. This was like 4 months ago. But I was pulling one of the little side things to telescope the leg out, and I pulled it, and the entire thing just like broke apart.
Did it come right out of the telescope part? I mean, and
the leg completely fell out.
I mean, it's not funny, Ben. It's not funny, but
no,
the way you tell it is.
So the way I've got it now is that it's just duct taped together.
Yeah.
And the only thing I use this tripod for is basically recording in the studio at this point, because I can just where it sits, I can just sit it on the table and pull the main lift for the camera up and point it down, and it works that way. But the only thing I really liked about it over the other one is it's a little bit larger, and so it can sit. I can bring the camera up a little bit taller. But other than that, it's Still, it was just like, and I'm like, seriously, this piece of crap tripod.
Yeah, the one that I use for the overhang here is basically like, let's see here if I got a piece of paper. It's like basically, this is my setup, Ben. It's like a presentation stand, like one of those kind of stands that you like put a poster on and do a presentation.
Yeah.
It's like, that's my main tripod. And it has this metal rod. I don't know what it was for, but there's a metal like bar right there, but it's not quite long enough to reach over here to my table. So I added
that's great.
Yeah, I added a maul stick to it and taped it right there. So now it kind of hangs over here. Then I have one of those gorilla arm, these kind of things, have the three balls, and those things, they move and bend any which way. Well, I got one of those like that holding up my camera. So here's my camera with one of those like those little ball gorilla clamp things. And then so here's my table right here. So this is this is my like extended duct tapes arm. And then here are the tripod, the extensions are right in here. So yeah, it works well though. But I have the regular kind of tripods too that can sit on the desk. But my problem was with setting something on my table is I'm always knocking into it and knocking my camera over. I'm sure you've seen it. Maybe seen some of my videos where I've knocked.
Whoops.
Yeah, just the whole thing goes flying, But but I just keep rolling, keep on rolling,
Yeah, the thing I don't know if I actually ever showed it to you the one day, but there was a video. There was a video one day.
I saw some of your outtakes where you things have happened. Is that what you're gonna say?
No, the thing I built for live streaming particularly is my table is, this is an old pool table that there's a couple of
I've seen you do a tour. Yeah.
A couple little wooden doors on it to flatten them out, and so it's long. Well, it's not super long. I mean, this is a small pool table in general, but it's long enough that can be awkward for certain things. So I was trying to figure out how to get without buying the $50 one, like the camera arm to come across. And so I made one out of PVC pipe. And so I have on one side of the one side table, it's a couple of bricks with holes in them.
Right. The cinder blocks.
Little red bricks.
Oh, okay.
And I can just pick one up, but I'm not going to. And it's about a 6.5 foot segment. And I just sticks it in, and the bricks kind of hold it in place so it doesn't wobble. And the top of it has an angle attachment. It angles to another piece of PVC, which is like 9 or 10 feet, and that comes all the way across the top. In the top of that PVC pipe are a couple of holes where I have a bolt. I have this thing. It's a bolt, a nut, and a wing nut. And so the bolt is the size of the little screw attachment on the little webcam for like a tripod.
Right,
so I can attach it to the pipe, and then it kind of arcs down so you can see like a perfect view of everything. And you've seen my stream. So there's that, and then I don't have another angle of PVC pipe. I have my light stand, which telescopes up. So I take the light off, and the light has a little clamp that clamps onto the PVC pipe.
It's a thing. It's so funny how we rig things up, isn't it?
Well, what's funny is you could buy something that's a little smaller that does that for you. And I think the cheapest ones are like $30 or $40.
Well, now another.
With the PVC pipes for like $12.
Now, another thing, Ben, you might use because I know you do all kinds of different video things, is a selfie stick.
Oh, absolutely not! I will never buy one of those things.
No, but for like they're good for certain things. I wouldn't like set my whole camera system up on them.
No, I would not feel comfortable owning one of those.
Really? Wow. Okay.
I'm like absolutely not. Do not want to be somebody who owns a selfie stick.
But you don't have to use it as a selfie stick.
I don't care.
I'm not talking about like for your phone. I'm talking about for a camera setup. Like you can use it as an arm, an extension, a hangover. I mean, like hanging over? Okay. I didn't mean like as a literal selfie stick.
I will not be associated with those things.
They're useful, though, Ben, as a tool. They're a tool. Kind of like acrylic craft paint.
Nope, it's garbage.
Okay, anyway. There's some things that you talk about that I just kind of giggle at and just keep moving forward, Ben, Like
whatever you say.
Yeah. Oh.
Apology does that to me a lot. Just whatever.
Whatever.
All right, I guess.
Are you getting some work done over there, Ben?
I am.
Okay, good.
Starting to get another layer in my rocks and get the gray colors going. Well, this is the other thing with keeping with like getting my color right or something like that. I'm gonna check back in the chat pretty soon here too.
Oh,
I
yeah,
saw a
let me
couple. Saw a couple of new people popping in. I think.
Okay, let me see.
And it's I forgot now.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go search for the Pinterest selfie stick things. My Natasha. I don't think I want to see those. I'm not sure. And hello, Rarith Art. And I just saw them. And let's see, let me scroll back here.
I see G3 Brenda. Hi there.
Hey, 3G. I know her. And why? I don't know why Juanita's not in her drawing. She needs to be drawn. We got to get her.
She probably has us. She's probably spinning and has us on in the background and just.
That's probably true.
Whatever.
Let's see who else is here. It says 9. I'm scrolling through the chat to see names, see if there's anybody else.
So welcome everybody.
Yeah.
If you're just joining in, I've been streaming here for the past 2 hours.
Yeah, at least, Ben.
Hour and a half.
Okay, I gotta plug in.
Well, I will likely keep going for quite a while. So if you're still want to keep me on as background entertainment, I highly appreciate it. Hanging out with my friend Dede here from both the YouTube art community, and she does a bunch of stuff on Ustream as well. We're talking about art, talking about technique, talking about all kind of crazy crap. And I'm hoping to working on things and hoping to get more stuff done than just this, but who knows?
But yeah, exactly, Dan. Who knows, right? So, like, what do you do? Like, do you have any like TV shows or anything you like, Ben?
Most of my entertainment is all YouTube.
Yeah,
no TV, no.
Yeah.
I think there's maybe 1 or 2 shows that I kind of keep tabs on, but other than that, it's like.
Not a lot. I don't know. I was just trying to make conversation.
No, that's fine.
I don't know to talk about either, but I mean, I just wonder.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get these. Oh, that's the other thing I was saying. Sorry, just kind of forgot about picking colors and thinking about color for paintings and things. Because somebody at the show Saturday when I was working on the piece that I was working on, excuse me, mentioned something about all my colors kind of working well together. And I just kind of like when you eventually get to a point where you just kind of do it subconsciously. You're not really thinking about it.
Right.
And
but don't you feel that you gravitate towards certain colors?
No.
More? You don't?
It just depends on the piece. I was like, I feel like this needs to be a blue piece. I feel like this needs to be like, I'm gonna use yellow in this piece. That'll work. But like working with them together, like so this is, I tend to call these summer colors because it's like a nice clear blue sky with a little white, and then there's like the nice sort of warm greens to them with some of the blue undertones for the shadows. And then so like when I'm thinking about the color of the rock, I want the color of the rock to kind of match. And rocks in most cases are like a brown or a gray, but in a lot of times they're going to lean in whatever direction.
But you do fantasy worlds. You can make your rocks any color you want.
Well, they still have to be kind of believable. Still has to be kind of
know.
right.
Do they? Do they?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty sure I've got a video on that.
Yeah, you probably do, Ben. It's probably one of the ones I
Um,
disagreed with you on, but yeah.
well, it's the idea of even if you're making something that doesn't exist, it has to
Uh-huh.
feel like it
Could.
should
Yeah, yeah.
or could.
Uh-huh.
So, like with this, because I'm using sort of the summer color set,
Mm-hmm.
I'm deciding to do a gray rock, but my gray rocks, the color of the gray leans blue. So it in some way both relates and matches to everything else, and it kind of unifies the piece in the color that way, which is important. And the one I was working on Saturday, the sky was red,
Uh-huh.
at least sort of a pinkish red with some ochre in it. That was a good sky. I should go get that piece because I need to wire it anyway. Actually, I might do that after I finish this layer because I'm gonna have to let it dry a little. But I was like, okay, I wanted my rocks to be. I've actually made note of it. If I can find it at this point. Because well, a lot of times.
Go ahead. I was just reading something in the chat that made me laugh. You Trillis said that he or she has 4 cartoons that he watches. I'm sorry.
Nice.
It just tickled me to read that out of the blue.
So
anyway, go ahead, Ben.
a lot of times I'm making color notes in my sketchbooks for what the painting would look like if it becomes a painting. Sometimes I don't just because I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, I want it to be this color. Right. So for that one with sort of the pinkish colored sky, I want it to be warm green on like the grass, so the warm and it reflects the light and everything, and so that makes sense.
It does to me.
Exactly. And then the rocks, again, they're a little more brown, but they lean. Actually, no, I think those rocks are a little grayer, but they're gray, but they lean warmer in color to kind of reflect the light in the scene. I'll go get the piece in a minute.
Okay, go get it.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Just want to finish up these rocks.
I'm gonna go get something to drink, Ben. I'll be right back.
You do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna check the chat for what she was laughing at. Something ridiculous in the chat. Let's be fair. There's always something ridiculous in the chat. So yeah, I don't need to tip that anymore. We do a couple of the tripod shots. Yeah, looking good. All right, so you guys in the chat. Juanita just watching. Okay, that's fine. You can just watch. I figured, yeah. But sure enough, Dede would nag you about getting in. Pilates jokes. That's silly. You're silly. Okay, so I gotta let this dry. I'll be back. Hopefully someone will tell her that I'm not here in a minute. I'm gonna go up and grab that painting. Okay, I'm back. Oh, and she's not. Awesome. Made it back in time. All right. I did bring my water down here, right? Yeah, there we go. Excellent. So again, nice to have everybody here. If you're just joining in, I'm working on some things. Joined by my friend Dede from the fellow art community. She's currently getting water, so back in just a minute. Working on finishing up a painting and hopefully some other things in a bit. Feel free to drop in the chat, say hi to everybody, and join in the conversation, I guess. So yeah, I'm gonna check on some other stuff here. Figure out where I was going with this painting. Need some lighter colors. All right.
Okay, Ben, I'm back. Did you bring it? Did you get it?
Guess I got it.
Did you
So
already show it?
no, I didn't. I waited.
Okay.
So I mean, it went up online I think a couple of days ago, but so this was the don't turn off.
I see. Yeah, I remember it. I love that
Yeah,
one.
this one.
You actually have people in that one. That's kind of rare.
I always have people in them usually.
No, you don't.
Anytime I'm doing an acrylic piece now, I'm pretty much always having
Okay. Okay.
little things in them now.
Okay.
Anything
I really
prior
like
to
that.
probably mid last year, they're not going to have anything in. But so yeah, so the pink sky with the wispies and the
I
it's like
like
everything's
it.
like
I love those far away ones.
everything's really warmer in tone and everything. So
But those, it's the way you misted them out. Those
Yeah.
back ones. Yeah, that's nice. I'm right there, Ben. I'm right there. You pulled me right into that one.
the challenge for this is once I got to about this mid section with the grass, it got dark. And they didn't have spotlights or anything, so I had to paint in the dark for the rest of the piece.
It's
I mean, it wasn't-
nice though. It
wasn't
turned out
pitch- it
good.
wasn't pitch black. I had like it was like the lights from the shops and the cars.
Well, do you
going-
think
coming.
that because that you didn't have the light that you might have got some tones that you wouldn't have
Probably
otherwise?
not.
No.
I actually kind of I surprised myself
Uh-huh.
that I was able to keep a consistent thing even though the light changed.
Do you have a title for
So-
that one? don't remember
Crimson Dreamland.
I like it. It really is nice, Ben. Really nice. I'm just
Yep.
staring at it. It's lovely.
I'll just hold it here for a while then.
I really
Just let
do.
it,
It's
let
awesome.
it sit.
I mean, really good. I just love the far awayness of it. It's like really did good. Real awesome. It's just like awesome. I love the shadows on the rock, that one big boulder that's just over the horizon, the shadow from that.
This
No, down the little rock that's right on the horizon.
thing.
That one. Yeah,
one. Okay.
that one. And of course the shadows of the people too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to do some little people in one of my little art cards today, Ben, and it looked like it was a tent. And then someone said, no, it looks like llamas. Wait, here, hang on. I'll get it.
I saw something in the chat here. My Nash is saying, need to see your sketches that you showed Dede. I don't know which sketches. What sketches? You're talking about sketches. I don't know.
No, this right. Let me click on my thing so I can see where I am. This right here, it took me a long time to get those to look kind of like people and not make them look like llamas with pack animals or something. And I still haven't really, I kind of want to get rid of those and turn those into snow drifts, those little white things. But you can see where I try to get some little bitty people like to make this look massive. And I said, well, I just didn't pull that off like Ben did. Oh, but anyway, okay, let me get back to her. But yeah, that really is an awesome painting.
Oh, we've got a question for both of us. Okay, what is it? Type it.
Let me go.
It just says it's just
Okay. Yep. What is it, Natasha?
Well, they gotta wait for the 30-second delay at
Oh,
this
okay,
point.
that's true. Yeah, we got one on YouTube.
They were also saying something about showing they needed to see the sketches I was showing you earlier, and I don't know which ones they were talking about.
Ben has a second channel. If y'all don't know it, he has a second channel where it's sketch every day. Is that what it's called, Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably a link for it in the description box.
Yeah. And you can see all his sketchbooks. Like he's up to 16 now, and 15 or 16.
No, I'm well.
Go
The
ahead.
videos are up to 15.
Uh-huh.
I'm currently almost through sketchbook 17.
Okay, but you're just not going to post a new video till you get those 4 or 5 done.
Until I get up to 20.
Okay.
But the sketchbook 1 was my high school sketchbook in 2008, my senior year of high school. So I didn't start numbering them until I think the sketchbook 3 or 4.
But you're really good about keeping up with them all, Ben. I mean, I've watched them since you started posting. What, like 3 years ago? Not on a sketch every day, but you started showing some of the ones from high school way back on this channel.
Yeah, maybe one. I might have pulled something out once or twice.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Because I think that was one of the first ones that I really thought, oh my gosh, I love looking at his sketchbooks. Then when you made your own channel for those, it was awesome. Yeah. I'm still waiting for the question.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even.
How to understand shadows, how to understand them. Well, to me, it's like, well, I'll let Ben, he'll get into it in depth. Let me give my quick answer. It's like what you see. If you see a shadow, you put it in. Okay, go, Ben.
that's your answer to that?
That's it. If you see a shadow, you put it in. So, Ben, you go for it now.
Hold on, let me look back at the other. The horizontal paintings that were numbered. I don't know. That's my entire sketchbook. I don't know. Horizontal paintings that were numbered. It's just far too vague. I'm sorry.
Far too many what, Ben? I didn't hear that question.
Yeah, it was talking about something about the sketchbooks, and it says the horizontal paintings that were numbered with 2 sides. I'm like, that's all of my sketchbook. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
That's not specific enough. I'm sorry. Oh, the thing I was gonna mail. That's not a sketch. That's a print. Oh yeah. So I'll show the things that she's getting again.
Yeah, I already got my order in.
So she's got. Well, these are the 2 bookmarky things. And this is the print. The bookmarky ones, bookmarky ones. Bookmark ones are original small watercolor and acrylic and ink and things. So, yep, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. So the question with the thing and the shadows and everything. I could never decide how to lay in shadows. Okay, part of understanding shadows is a lot about observing from life. I did a tutorial.
See, I said you draw it
about 6 months ago, and it was the how to paint a wooden fence. I talk a little bit about the shadows in that piece. For the most part, I understand shadows because I understand perspective. You have to consider where your light source is coming from. So, for example, let me move this to the side for a minute and get a piece of paper.
See, y'all didn't know you're going to get a tutorial, did you? You're getting a Ben tutorial.
It's graph paper. That'll work. So, I'll have to do this, I guess, sideways. So, in any given, landscape or something with something in a vanishing point, for example, I'm just going to put in a little building, a couple of vanishing points. So you have an object in perspective in a landscape or a person or whatever. Your shadow depends on where your light source is coming from. Now, something like an overcast sky, in most cases, the light's just kind of coming from the top down, and there aren't going to be a lot of shadows, so it's just going to be, the shadows are just kind of be underneath the object and whatever, like if it's a bush, the shadows are kind of just underneath the branches, and it's just kind of casting shadows on itself. But if you have a direct light source, that light source in some way becomes its own vanishing point. So you have, say, a light source coming down, and so the one other side, the object on the opposite side of the light source will obviously be in shadow. And then the shadow kind of points up to and comes away from the light source, in this case the sun, as a vanishing point. But the only thing that goes to the sun / vanishing point is the shadow. So don't like try and force other lines in to face towards the sun, because that doesn't work. I feel like this is going to be more confusing than I wanted it to be. So your shadow also kind of depends a little bit on the height of the object and everything, but I'll save that for another day. I gotta look at this for a second. So then the shadow kind of comes off of the whole object, and then based off of how far the sun is from the horizon and everything like that, you get a shadow that is directional. Hopefully that helps this and doesn't make it more confusing.
Then you kind of roboting
But it is
out
some
there. What happened? Ben,
Am
are you
I?
still there?
Sorry.
It just did
What?
for a minute. I don't know.
Oh, hopefully it didn't for everybody. I'll go ahead and drop something again real fast. Understanding shadow is a lot about understanding perspective and where your light source is coming from. So again, in this instance, your light source being more direct, coming from the upper left, is going to cast shadows kind of out to the side, as if your light source is acting as a vanishing point. So that's at least how I think about shadows. So yeah, hopefully that explains something and doesn't confuse you any further.
If you're confused, go watch his videos.
Yeah,
Then
there's
he'll clear it up for you a little better.
Yeah, the video, it's the how to paint a wooden, it's like simple wooden fence or something that's called, and there's a time code for it in the
I
description.
think there's 2 parts to that, isn't there?
No, it's just really long.
Okay.
Yeah, but so there's that, and there's a bit about shadows in that video where I kind of explain that again about perspective, vanishing, pointy things. And again, and then like when you have an object like a face or something that's more complex, it's just the light source is coming down, and then part of the object is going to cast shadow on the other part of the object. But the more you actually like observe it in real life, will make a difference too. Like when you're out and about and you see a bush on the side of the road, just kind of look how the light is sort of, getting dimmer and dimmer, both the further into the bush you go, as well as the further down you go. Okay, so I was painting or something.
Or something.
Or something. So practice in a bit practice in a bit of perspective and drawing shadows. I'm like, yeah, it's close. That's pretty good. Yeah. I think all of my tree tutorials I talk about shadows. I think I got 5 different tree tutorials. So yeah.
Did you finish painting a mural behind you, Ben?
Nope.
Okay. No pressure. I just wondered.
It's been over a year since I started it, and it's still not done.
It's been a while.
My goal is to finish it by the end of the year. So.
No pressure. I was just curious.
Mostly, I just need to do the water lines, which I know are going to be a pain. Which is mostly why I haven't done it yet. Like, oh, it's going to be a pain. I'm just not going to do it.
Well, you got lots of other things you're working on. It's not like it's your own project.
Once the book actually gets released, it should free up a little
More
mental.
time.
Yeah. Well, that. Oh, I should also mention that when I paint, the way that I do shadows, in particular, me and other people, is I basically paint everything on a 3 to 4 layer system, and it's mid-tone, shadow, and highlight. Usually in that order, but not always. And so, when I was doing the foliage earlier, if you were in for that, there was a base green, which was the mid-tone, and then I did basically 2 highlight layers, and then I came back in and worked in some darks. So then, and that's all it is. It's not quite as complex as it seems.
So Ben, do you have a local next person you're going to interview? Why don't you or did you say this, that you're going to interview your fashion girl?
Yeah, I want to eventually.
Uh-huh.
It's just going to be about setting it up,
Okay.
which is going to be tough. At this point, it probably won't happen until next year.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not sure. Another one I want to do that it will be local. My painting partner from the past 2 years,
Mm-hmm.
and on the collaborative thing,
I
Marlena.
forgot her name, but yeah.
I want to interview her
Uh-huh.
because
Yeah, I saw the
she's
picture of y'all
doing-
working
do-
together.
doing well for herself and among other things. And she's an acrylic painter like I am, but she does people and
Uh-huh.
gives them interesting flares of style to them. So that one I want to do. Who else do I want to do? I want to interview Tyler from Tyler's Art Shack. Since
Yeah,
he
where's
does.
he been? Where he
He-
just like he
he's-
disappeared. Well, would he go back to school for a while? But
He is
I've been
making
seeing him
and
like
is
2 or 3
is
years.
in he well he has to find his other he makes wood stuff now.
I haven't seen any of it. I don't.
So
I
he
mean, he
does-
doesn't do it on. He doesn't put it on
if you go
YouTube.
to no, he doesn't. He's one of those things that's like in the back of his mind. It's like I want to try and get a video of this eventually, but it's
Uh-huh.
just mostly I see him on Facebook. His new fan page on Facebook is called Tyler's Turnings
Tyler's Turnings. Okay,
because he uses a wood lathe.
I got it. Yeah, I got it then.
So he does bowls and he's been doing cutting boards and then he hits like craft shows and stuff and does like really well at them.
Okay.
So he's like when you go to a craft show and you see like that guy making all the
Right,
really
the wood stuff.
intricate wood stuff. That's what he does.
Yeah.
So
Okay. It's just that he just like literally dropped off.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I nag him about it a lot.
And so has Meryl.
Yeah, I want to
He's
interview
just
him
like,
too
he got a
eventually.
baby and it was like, hey, forget you people. I can understand it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I
Right.
totally get it. But, it was like, yeah,
Like, come
we
on,
just had
just a little
baby.
something.
Yeah,
Once a
give us
month,
something.
throw
Well,
us a little update.
He did do I think he did like 2 in a year. Something
Yeah.
like that. He did come back for a couple of, like encore. Like what do you do when you come back after a long time just to say
Yeah,
goodbye?
an encore basically.
Yeah. And
Yeah. Trying to think if there's of the other
Well,
people.
yeah, there was another one.
But that's a handful. I mean,
Right, I know, but what's the one that went back to school to do? He's studying oil painting.
Oh, Thad.
Thad, yeah, Thad.
Yeah, I sent him a bunch of oil paint recently that I don't use. So I was like, here,
Yeah?
take this. And he's like, yeah, thanks.
Okay,
Got
yeah,
lost.
that was the
Got
other
lost in the
one.
post office for like 3 weeks, but it got to him.
Oh, well, okay, well, good. Yeah, because I know now he went back to school. I had totally, well, I understand too, Meryl having a baby, but I
Yeah.
mean, it was like, it's just
That-
like,
that'll
because he
put a
was
video
like,
up,
he had millions of people. I mean, he was like way up there with subscribers, and it was like, then he just like, bye. Okay, bye, Meryl.
Yeah. That throws a video up every now and then. Hasn't been much lately though. I am impressed with how much he's learned with his brushwork and everything.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen one of his for a long time. I guess I quit
It's
kind of
been a lot.
following him because he quit
But
doing
he's been-
videos, and then.
Well, he's been doing a lot of studies.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I know.
So,
He's just not
well, I
he's
mean,
not
like
doing anything.
painting studies. So it's
Right,
like
right,
skull
right.
study, figure study. So there isn't a lot with his own signature style, at least as it was from a
Just
couple
like
years
what
ago.
he's doing in studies. I mean,
Right.
I don't mean school studies. I mean like.
Right. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, that's the
okay.
thing is you do all your art studies, and it's like, okay, what else are you doing?
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't want to harp on him for various reasons,
We're
but
not doing.
well, I mean, I feel like that would be unfortunate if he just stopped doing other stuff,
Uh-huh.
because that's a huge part of, like, if you're going to school for art, you better still be doing your own projects in addition to everything they're giving you.
Yeah.
Because otherwise,
Well-
you're just gonna the only thing that at that point that's gonna be in your portfolio is all your class assignments.
Yeah. Oh, he
And then if-
probably
and then-
might
and then
do
if
more
someone-
than we know.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Right.
But it's like then when somebody says, "Okay, these are nice, but like, where's your work?
Mhm.
Where's the stuff you're actually passionate about?" And then you go,
We're not
So-
picking on you.
No, he's not. No, if he happens to combine,
Yeah.
watch like a 5-hour stream, then he'll see it.
Uh,
So yeah,
Are you getting something done over there, Ben? Do we
I am
need
getting
to-
something done.
Okay.
Don't have to keep trying to.
All right, let me check the
See
chat
that I'm not
again
getting
because
something
I do have to change. the-
Oh yeah, I'm not paying attention either.
Okay, they really guess haven't said much since that last question.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I
you're-
imagine
if
people
you're-
are eating or something.
I was going to say Utilis. If you're asking about Ben, he's using acrylic.
Yeah, that Thad switched. He used acrylic and went to oils.
Okay, so I didn't know if he meant that or you. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that's everything you need to know there. Get some shadows under these rocks in the water. I don't know why I love painting the darker, shadowy section of rocks in water. Like how it's always a little darker
Uh-huh.
around the rocks and the reflections. I love doing that. I don't know why.
Because it's dramatic and it has a great effect and you can really see it, probably. I mean, I
Sure,
love
let's go with
seeing, Yeah, let's go with that. Ben. I mean, you it's obvious. Oh, I got something right there. It's obvious, something really dramatic like that. And so that might be why. Okay, that might be why.
That's probably why.
Yeah,
Is that what it is? Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's it, Ben. That's it. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm just taking my time on this, and the skin takes a lot of blending. It takes a lot of time, and usually when I do
Yeah.
streaming and stuff, it's kind of boring to watch.
Is it what colored pencil?
Yeah, it's all color pencil. Now I did the underpainting of her hair, that orange kind of burnt
Right.
orange color, and then the black here on her shirt. But everything else is color pencil except for a couple of little highlights in the eye with the acrylic. But everything else is. I don't put acrylic paint on her face, Ben, so you can relax.
Colored pencil's fun.
Yeah, no, but I know I know how you feel about craft paint.
That's one of those things that's like that takes practice to kind of blend around with is colored pencils.
Yeah, it does. It does take practice for sure.
Because it's so many like little layers, and everyone just wants to scribble it on real fast.
Right, right. Well, and Wayne was talking earlier. I don't know if he's still there, but he was talking about doing a color book in his with his artwork and turn it into a color book because that's real popular right now. You probably don't keep up with that. But anyway, it's really, really popular. But here's the good thing about that. Two things, actually. One, if people that are not like don't ever shade or blend or practice their colors and their blending, because what it is people do it with color pencil. It's like they're called adult color books because they're very
I saw something. I saw something about that.
Okay, well, I have a couple of videos on it. You probably missed those. But anyway, but what I'm saying is even if what's good about it is you can practice. It's great for practicing your blending, your colors, and seeing what goes well together. And it really does. If you're not an artist or haven't been doing color pencil or acrylic or anything, for like your whole life, and so it really does help you to learn about those techniques. You might not think so. You might not think so, Ben.
I believe it. I'm not gonna bash that.
I know. I got to give you a little hard time because I know you give me a hard time about my craft paints. So
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's my job.
Yep, it is. But anyway, but they really are. They're really good for practicing your blending and colors and what goes and shading and all that.
Well, actually, when Wayne said the thing about the coloring book, I'm like, oh, he must be making a joke.
No, he's doing a horror. He's doing like, I don't know, if it's like a Walking Dead type thing. He didn't get into it. He just said it was like a horror, HORRO.
Yes.
Horror. Anyway,
I've made that mistake on occasion.
Yeah, and I said, well, I would like to see it, but I don't want to be coloring any blood and guts, Wayne. That's just me. That's just me.
Just make them a different color. Blue.
But anyway, are you being funny there, Ben?
No.
Okay. So anyway,
no, maybe a little.
Just a little. But yeah. So yeah, because they really are popular. There's like thousands of them. Thousands. Well, at least hundreds and hundreds. There's just so many. And every bookstore has like a whole color book for adults section.
I know I shouldn't really laugh at that, but
ahead.
It's still hilarious.
I know, but it's funny. It's just like really just a thing right now.
Well, it's also funny for me that when they came out with this thing, it's like the tactile sensation of coloring and it's really good for your mind. It's like anyone who's an artist, we're like, we know this already.
Well, yeah, they're calling it calming therapy. Yeah.
It's the
calming
same
therapy
thing.
and all that.
And anyone who already does it is like, we've been telling you this for years, and you haven't listened.
Not everybody. I was going to say, not everybody has listened. Right? Exactly, Ben. Not everybody knows that.
Everyone's
now
like, art's really good. Now that somebody did a study on it, they're finding out how important art is.
Yeah, now it's a thing,
There's all these things. They're popping up in my area, but they've been doing them for a while. Probably closer to your area, a lot longer. This drink and paint thing.
Drink and draw.
But it's this. They have these. There's a couple little franchises that do it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there were franchises.
Tried to get a job at one of them, but I guess they didn't like me enough. and it's this. It's you like bring a bottle of wine and you pay
Uh-huh.
whatever, it's like $50 a person or whatever, and
Dang.
you sit in a little class. I don't know what it is. I'm just
I've seen the ones where they're at bars. I don't know
no.
about.
Well, some of them travel, but there are a handful of them popping up that are little studios, and you get
Uh-huh.
basically a class. Sign up, and there's a little class of people, and it's basically like a night out. And so you drink wine and have like cheese and crackers,
Right.
and
And
there's
drawing.
there's an instructor that teaches you to paint like a simple 16 by 20 thing in like I don't know
Oh,
two
you know
3
what?
hours.
Speaking of that, now I'm not sure if I saw one. Now I know they do it like in cities. I mean, but I think what's his name? Silver. What's his first name? He has
Oh,
a school.
Steve,
Steven
Steve
Silver.
Silver.
Yeah, he has a
Yeah.
school out in California. I think I didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to the, you know,
Well, his
word
his
about
stuff,
it. But I think
his
he
thing
has
is
one of those.
specifically. Well, his stuff is specifically like people that really want to learn how to do that.
Right.
The franchisey things I'm talking about is based. They're not the people aren't serious about art. They're just doing it to have fun.
Okay. Well,
Which
they
kind
may
of
be now. You don't
Yeah, I mean,
know. They
well,
may be Ben. They may be
uh,
newbies. You know, they're
well,
just like,
that's
in
that.
alcohol.
I think that was. I think that was the thing that kind of bothered me a little bit.
Oh,
Is
okay.
that they were perfectly fine, basically saying it doesn't matter, just do it for the fun of it, and which it is, do it for the fun of it, but when you're ignoring important things,
Yeah, I know, Ben. That's just
it's
that's just the
frustrating.
purist coming out of you.
I know. And I shouldn't I want to think and I want people to have fun, but at the same time, when you're
But you want
basically
them to have fun your way.
no
and
no
learn
Yeah,
the
but
correct techniques while they're having fun.
I don't want art to become something. I mean, it is depending on where you go. I don't want it to essentially lose its value
Uh-huh.
because it's just like, oh, this is just some stupid thing that people do, you know.
Well, I get that. I get that. But you know what, though, Ben? That's going to happen anyway, with or without the drinking draws. You know, you know.
Well, I think the thing that may have turned them off at what because it was a multi-stage thing. I went and I painted for them, and there was an initial interview, and they said
Uh-huh.
we want you to before I basically got a 30-minute demo thing to see how they thought I would present and perform, I guess.
Uh-huh.
But before that, they're like, we want you to come to one of the classes and just see what it's like.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, I'll come and take notes and whatever. And there was me and two other people that they were on the interview with, and they're like, here, you're gonna paint with us tonight. And I'm like, what?
Did you?
And no, I didn't. I'm like, I can't sit and paint with you guys if I'm supposed to pay attention and learn how to do this. Like I took it.
see.
I
was
took it seriously
two
as a
different
job.
parts of your brain. Yeah, two different
Yeah.
parts of your brain were working on
And,
that.
and everyone kept asking me, why aren't you painting? And I'm like, I'm supposed to be learning how to do this.
Uh-huh.
You know,
I
and,
get that,
and
yeah.
the other two people like, yeah, they're having fun and I think that may have been like their thing that they didn't like about me because
Uh-huh.
I guess I took it too seriously.
Yeah.
But I'm like,
could
I'm
be.
sorry, this is a job.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm
You
not
weren't
gonna.
you weren't slinging back shots.
Yeah, it's
You were
wasn't even that. It might have just been.
Slam one back, man.
It may have. Well, the funny thing was too when I showed up, the one guy was like, you know, you're the only artist I've ever seen come in for this interview wearing a tie.
Oh,
And I'm like,
bless your
and
heart,
I'm-
Ben. You took it serious.
And I'm like, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm coming for a job interview. I'm gonna look
Aw,
nice.
Yeah. You did the right thing, even if they didn't
Like-
hire you. That's my
I mean,
opinion.
I'm not upset that they didn't hire me.
Well, yeah, it doesn't sound like. Yeah, I gotcha.
But I'm like, if I'm gonna, I mean, again, I don't know why they didn't give me the job. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just speculating.
Right, because they
But-
didn't tell you,
but-
and you didn't come up and say,
Right.
"Why didn't you hire me?
Right.
I would have."
Well, then once I did the demo for them,
Uh-huh.
I put myself in that mood. I got
Right.
excited and whatever. But I don't know. Maybe I was too serious for them, and it's like sorry, you're hiring an artist. I take my work seriously. I'm sorry if that's not good enough for you.
Yeah. Aw. I'm so with you on this one.
Of course you are, because you like my stuff.
I know. Oh.
Juanita says, art quiets down your speech and centers other parts of the brain, which is why it's calming. And Wayne's, drink and draw? Psh, please. I'll be asleep after a bottle of red. Well, that's my other thing is, the one day my mom was like, you should have something to drink and then paint something.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mom. But I found that when I drink, it I actually completely like lose any creative capability. I'm not like falling asleep, but I'll sit there with my pencil and I'll just be like, I don't know how to do this.
Yeah.
It totally takes it away.
Right. Even though you do, I guess you don't do your mixology videos at the same time as you do.
I stopped doing those anyway.
Yeah. Oh, did you? Okay. I didn't. Not those. I gotta say, I wasn't really paying a whole lot of attention to those then.
Yeah, I kind of gathered that. It was just I was just throw it at the wall, see if it sticks.
Yeah. Well, some people might have liked it. I don't know. I don't know the viewership of those.
There was a handful in there, like, hey, this is pretty interesting, but it was like it wasn't enough to. That
Really,
night, I wasn't happy.
to get slammed over, get drunk over.
I wasn't.
There's not enough viewership for me to be getting looped to do these, right?
I did that once on a live show. I will never do it again.
I was there. I watched that. I don't know if I was. No, I wasn't there. But
It was me and JJ, like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I was watching that.
And it was like, we're gonna get drunk on.
I watched some of that.
And she jumped, like, it was the beginning of the stream.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, I'm gonna start on this thing, and I'm like, what are you gonna start on? And she's like, oh, I started an hour ago.
Oh yeah, I didn't know if that was like popular, because that is one thing that I wasn't really paying a whole lot of attention to.
It was kind of hit and miss a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just like, Oh, the other thing was I wasn't happy with my setup. I couldn't.
Your bar wasn't working for you.
Well, the bar's against the wall.
I know. I've seen pictures of it, man. I'm just teasing you.
Well, because the setup for the little show was a little folding table that I set in front of it, and it was always like wobbling and shit. I'm like, this is good, and the only way I'd be happy is if
the table wasn't wobbling.
Well, nice. The only way I would be happy would be to clean off the painting table and the drink there, but then I'd have to clean off the painting table once a month.
Uh-huh.
And I don't want to do that.
You weren't going to turn it into a dance thing, were you, the table?
No.
I'm kidding you, man.
Not
exactly. I'm just kidding you. I'm just ribbing you.
Well, I think I'm going to hold off on the rest of this painting for today.
Are you moving on to something else, or you leave?
Yes, I'm moving on to something else. That's normally what I do.
Okay, Dede, we're done talking about the bar.
Part of it is because I need to let things dry completely, really dry before I do anything else. So I can set that aside and work on some other stuff in the meantime. That's turning out pretty good.
I haven't checked the chat for a while. Let's go over there.
Hasn't been much. Judy Foster, another someone you
know. That's Wee Hootie. Her nickname is Wee Hootie. Hey, Wee Hootie. Look at Wayne's still on the drinking draw. He's on to that one there. Wayne is. He's like all over that one. But anyway, hey, Judy.
Yes, great more pain.
Oh. But I would like to see, Wayne, do you have some of your drawings up for the color book, the horror color book up somewhere? Like a video or something, or a website or something? I would
It's just
be
gonna be
interested.
meh.
Because
Okay,
there is a zombie one. There's already a zombie, there is a zombie coloring book out there, for real.
Of
I'm
course
not
there
joking.
is.
It is. You want to see? Well, I was going to say I'll show you a
No.
picture of it, but yeah, it would.
I'm not into the whole horror
Well,
thing.
it wasn't. It's not like Walking Dead type. It was.
I
Just
know,
more,
but still, I don't
Yeah.
understand the zombie thing.
I'm not really in. Yeah, me either. I mean, but I have some friends that really, are into that, and I like to mess with them, especially if Vicky watches this, right? Wee Hootie. Vicky would love to be. Well, here's the thing, Ben. They film Walking Dead like 5 miles from my house. And so my friends kind of kid me about that. And some of them want to come visit. They want me to get autographs. Some wonder if I'm afraid to look out my back window. I mean, it's a little bit of all that, so we kind of have fun with the topic, we have fun with the topic, but yeah. But I'm not into it either. I'm not a Walking Dead person, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna wire this thing. I want to get it. 6 down.
You have to be careful with teeth. You don't want them to look like kids are getting rid. You know how kids' teeth look like this. You don't want. You got to be careful that teeth don't end up looking like that when you're drawing teeth.
Come on, canvas. Stay still.
I didn't see what you were moving on to, Ben.
I gotta wire this Crimson Dreamland piece.
Oh, yeah.
I put a thing up on Twitter like, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago or something. And it was something like the real work of being an artist, and it was something like doing finances and checking. It was like some really tedious thing.
Uh-huh.
Where's my poker at? Find the thing. No, it's not in there. Where'd I put it? Somewhere, hopefully. That's usually a sign of I need to clean, because I'm losing things that I use a lot, and I don't know where. Oh, there it is.
Where it goes.
Yeah.
You saw it. Now I'm not saying you watched all the videos when my daughter was here and she helped me do.
I think I watched most of that one.
You teased me about being a hoarder.
Yeah.
That was funny, man.
Well, it was just like she's just like, we're throwing this away and this away, and you're like, no, wait.
I know, right? It was fun. We had a blast. I still, I don't.
Joyce is here.
Okay, let me go back
Joyce
over to
Rigby.
chat. Yeah, we're bringing all the girls over here, Ben. I hope you don't mind.
That's fine.
Let's see. Yeah, that's Moomy. Moomy is Joyce. I mean, we all have names. We all have these different names for each other, So that's Moomy, and Judy is Wee Hootie, and and Ben is Ben, because he does Ben books and Ben bookmarks.
Make me sound like I'm 5.
No, for those of y'all that don't know, I mean, Ben sent me a whole bunch of his papers and leftover painting, bits of cast-offs of his paintings and things like that. And I told him, I said, sure, I'll take all that. He didn't know what I was going to do with it. Well, I did a stream on it, and it is on YouTube. It's called Bin Bin Books. Because what I did with all his like leftovers and stuff was I made little mini books out of them. And I gave one away. One went to Australia. Actually, I think I gave two
I got
away. Yeah, I made 3, I think. And you got one, Ben got one went to Australia, and I forget where the other one went. But anyway, I just go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so I named Bin Bin Books. That was just the name I gave those books. So he's not like a 5-year-old. That's just the name that I gave his books.
Sure.
They were awesome, weren't they, Ben? Show the girls, the ones that you got there, Ben. Show the one where you did a couple sketches in it.
This one. Maybe that's what they were talking about.
Now show them what you've done in it.
Before, remember in the chat, then they were saying something about the 2 horizontal ones. Maybe it was this.
Well, show it again, and we'll see. Open.
So I only did this.
That might be what. Yeah. So, but it's on the brown paper. It looks awesome. Looks awesome, Ben. So yeah, that's a Bin Bin book right there. We made that.
I modified it. I sewed it together with fishing line.
Well, that's true. But wait, Ben, is there some pages in there of some of the leftovers that you can show them, like where?
Well, it was you just used the cover for this one. And this was the story.
Okay, some might use the innards and some inside. Okay, that one's. Just
I have a story about this. I didn't put this in the.
You did a video on it.
I didn't comment about what I think about you using this particular sheet of paper.
Ben, hold that thought 1 second. Can you hold that thought 1 second? Because I don't want this to scroll off. I wanted to get Wayne Tully's Instagram name. Is it Wayne Tully? I'm not sure if I follow you or not, Wayne, but is that your Instagram? Just, I want to write that down real quick. Because it's scrolling off. So, okay, go ahead, Ben.
No, my Nashka said her electricity went out and she's running on the generator, so they're heading out.
Okay.
So nice to have you here. Thanks for joining in the chat.
Bye, Natasha.
I'll hold these up again. Look, I don't know. Maybe someone was saying something. Yeah. So the cover for this, in particular, you said something about. I'm going to give him this one. I don't know what he thinks about it. This particular. He said, "Yeah, just Wayne Tully."
Okay, got it, Wayne.
This particular one was the last thing I put in that box before I sent it.
Okay. I don't know if I knew that.
No, you wouldn't have, but this was and you're talking, there was something about a little hole in the top of it that you commented on, which was a thumbtack, because I had tacked the sheet of paper to a piece of cardboard because and I put some ink on it and hit it with a spray bottle to get it to run. And then I sat it on it for like a week, and I was like, what the hell am I going to do with this thing? It's the ugliest mess I've ever made. And then you're like, and I sent it to you, and you sent it right back to me, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, that's a good story. That's a good story on that. That's a good story.
So I cut out.
And it was meant to be with you, Ben. It was just meant to be there.
I cut out the grayscale logo for my business card and attached it to the front, so I knew which side was the front. Customized it a bit for that, and I kind of glazed over it, so it kind of evened itself out a little bit.
It turned out good, and you fishing lined it so that it's going to be sturdier.
Fishing line, so it stays together.
Yeah, because I just rubber banded.
Yeah, I gotta find my pliers.
Anybody else popping in?
There we go.
Yeah, Ben and I are just doing a little hangout here. I invited myself. I mean, he asked politely.
I did.
You did. Well, you were waiting. I was thinking that your friend was coming back. And
Hey,
he
good.
hasn't yet.
He'll be back at like 10.
Oh, okay. I'll be gone by then.
And I won't still be streaming at that point. I'm probably thinking another hour tops.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I got a lot done just hanging out with you.
that's what happens.
Yeah, you get a lot of work done when you do hangouts.
Even like watching, like just have it on in the background and watch and
Mm-hmm.
draw stuff and helps.
Mm-hmm.
So get this thing wired. I got to print this Crimson Dreamland piece. I think I got to print up online already as well for it. So that'll be good. I think this one will look good as a print. Might get it on the second batch. Whenever I get around to doing another big batch of prints, or getting them made anyway.
You did have quite a few there made.
Yeah. Come on. Gotta pull the. Yep, there it goes. Make sure it knots. I think I've got a video on wiring a canvas.
I thought you had one.
No, I do. That's what I said.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. I thought you had one already.
I was just saying, I think I've got one.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. And that can go back upstairs. Let's see. What else do we got sitting around here that I can work on?
Get everything caught up there, Ben.
The drawing I'll work on later.
Well, you know, there's other things you got to do in the studio.
Yeah.
With it.
Okay, there's that piece. Oh, can I start on that? I don't want to start on that right now. My water's pretty green.
You might want to change that.
Yeah, I'll have to do something with it later. Oh, crap. It's 10 now. A sketchbook. The only time there's a gap in my sketchbook is when I'm in the studio, because I won't sketch if I painted.
Yeah. Well, but you're working on other things. That's more important.
Yeah. Well, I make note. I'll say studio day, just as when I'm dating my pages. Dating your pages, you must really be lonely. Got a lot of good compositions in this one.
I love all your sketchbooks. And for those of y'all that might be watching that don't know that Ben has another channel, like he said, it might be in it. I don't know if it is now, but it will be probably after he hits the save.
Let me double check the.
But he has a sketchbook, Sketch Every Day channel.
Yeah, it's in the description box for this video if you're watching. So it says something like more art on my second channel, because I recently updated my defaults to have the second channel show up in every description box.
Okay.
Which helps. Yeah, this one I'm almost through. Oh yeah, so I don't know if you actually saw what this sketchbook looks like.
Oh yeah, I did. You showed it on somewhere. How did you do that? Did you do that with like hot glue? How did you do those letters?
It's hot glue and then like layers of paint.
Yeah, awesome.
There is a 4-part video series this month that it demos the entire process.
Oh.
I decided to do it in 4 parts rather than just having like a huge 40-minute video.
Because that's a lot for you, for any kind of demo to have more than one or 2 parts.
I'm starting to want to shift to a multi-part thing. For various reasons. The biggest one is with my internet connection, uploading a 30 to 40-minute tutorial takes all day.
Yeah, exactly. That's
not exactly practical.
Yeah, that's
So if
why
I
I've been
can
using
cut it,
Ben.
so if I can cut it into like 10 to 15-minute chunks,
Right, right.
then we can do a 2 or 3 part video on something that's more in depth. So
Yeah, I was asking one of the girls that also streams and does YouTubes as well today, because I just upload to YouTube. I don't like, because of the time that it takes to load videos. I just don't use. I have a nice camera, and this one looks pretty good here. It's not as high quality on Ustream, because if you just go with the free version of Ustream, you don't get the high
Right.
quality. But so what I was asking though is about the settings in the dashboard or whatever on YouTube, that if I could just turn on my webcam and just like go directly to YouTube, not save the
Yeah.
computer and upload. That way I don't have to worry about uploading. It just goes straight on to YouTube. And she said, yeah, to check the, what's it called here? She told me. Hang on. It's, I haven't written, I got all these little Post-it notes everywhere.
Oh, that's my desk upstairs is like that.
We just go straight to web. What's it called here?
Moving the camera
Webcam
around.
capture. Webcam capture. So
Yeah.
that you can just go straight. I'm gonna try that out. Because there's no upload time. I can't do that. I can't
Right.
do upload time.
I'm having the stream focus on you for a minute because I moving the camera around. So let me. I decided I am going to work on the book because that's important. But I
What
want
do you have?
to.
You just have a couple more drawings left to do for it, or
I've
one?
got. It's just one, but it's one big one. So let me get this set up. Bring that down a little. The only downside is I don't know how well it'll show up because I have to turn the big lights off to get my shadows right.
Well, take your time, get it fixed, Ben. You want it right.
I'm gonna rinse my brushes out first though, so I will be back.
Okay, I'll be here. I'll mind the chat for a couple minutes, Ben.
We've got somebody Bastet 469 in the comments saying I had no idea.
I don't know that person.
I had no idea painting involved so much Home Depot knowledge.
Good one.
Well, that's just it. It kind of does.
It does, yeah. That's good.
I guess when I was talking about getting pliers.
Okay.
Well, I technically have a hardware shelf. I've got knives and 2 or 3 different kinds of tape and staple gun and the hand drill. Oh my! I don't know if I've ever really.
Since you did a tour. It's been a while since you did a tour.
I did one like a month or 2 ago.
No, it's been
and then I
longer
changed
than
a bunch
that.
of. Then I changed a bunch of stuff.
Oh, okay. I don't remember seeing a video on it.
It was like a 15-20 minute video. Yeah, it was a
Okay,
studio
well,
tour.
then I saw it. I lose track of time.
Because I right after you did one, I did one.
Oh, okay.
that
All
was-
right.
I don't know if I ever actually showed this thing before. This is an old-fashioned hand drill, and I don't know if they sell these anymore. You probably can only find them at like garage sales.
I think you showed it when you did your tour. I think, was it your grandfather's or something?
No, that was
No?
the putty knife that's my great grandfather's.
Oh, okay.
But this one in particular is the single most useful tool on the planet.
So tell us the main thing that you use it for in the art studio.
Oh God.
Do you have a main purpose with it?
No, it's just if I need to drill a hole in something, I use this. Let me see if I have a piece of something I can demo this on. Because I used it, a friend of mine, I got a small rock that I polished for a friend of mine. It was flat, and I actually drilled a hole in the rock with this thing.
Really? It drilled a rock?
It's 60. Well, it's a softer
Dang,
stone.
man.
Okay.
Still.
So
Now, wait, what are you drilling through there? Make sure you have a painting on the other side of that.
I have the drawing, but I'm not going to go all the way through it.
Wait, Ben, don't you use that? Wait, before you do that, let me ask you this. do you ever set a piece of paper on that piece of whatever you're getting ready to drill through and use it to draw on? Because if you do, you're going to put a hole in it, then you're going to put a piece of paper on it, and you're going to
I'm not putting a hole. I'm not putting a hole in the drawing. I'm just going to go a little.
But that thing you're using right there.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Oh, whatever. Okay.
I abuse the hell out of my art.
All right. Go for
People
it.
are always like, oh, people are always like, oh, don't touch it. I'm like, no, really, touch it, please. You'll actually see the texture that I put on there if you touch it.
Now, we can't see you doing the drilling part. So are you drilling yet?
Oh, here, no, because it's a mechanical hand.
Right,
All you do is push down.
Yeah. Oh.
No, you push down. That's it.
Okay. We call that in the craft world a Japanese screw punch. It's a Japanese screw punch, but they're littler. There's a craft tool like that, Ben.
Yeah, and it's just you push down and it drills a hole, and I'm not pushing real hard.
Awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It works so incredibly well, and this one in particular, the back of it has they're interchangeable parts, so it has a couple extra bits and a couple screwdriver heads.
Oh, okay. So, that's awesome.
But if
now,
you're
is that
ever
an old tool, like if you had that.
Yeah. Well, this one you picked it up I picked it up at a garage sale, but I don't think you can buy them. I don't think you can buy like a new one, and like you can't go to the hardware store and say, "Give me one of these," and they'll be like, "What?" Right.
I've seen there's smaller ones, a smaller version of their craft ones, but since what's called the crocodile has come out, and these other kind of handheld hole punch things, that I don't know that they're as popular. Well, they probably are bookbinders. Bookbinders, use those kind of things, you know,
But the little hand drill is so freaking useful.
Yeah.
So
I like that. Is that one of the things for the book right there?
Yes, this is the final project, which is a still life. So I can lean up and show you the one up on the thing on the corner. There it is. Thing on the corner of all my stuff.
But we can't see what it is. Oh, I thought that was like, is that the paint? Is what's under it? Is that part of your book? That paper under all that stuff, is that part of your book?
Well, it's not. I'm not very far along with the drawing.
No, I'm talking about the one up in the corner with all the stuff on. I was going to say all the crap on it. But
no.
Okay,
That was just a big base sheet, so I could have a nice solid color.
Okay. Here's my book. It's layered under all that.
No. Well, it's an ebook. It's not.
But you still got to photograph it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
That's just okay. So I had that, but before this, I was working on an apple.
So is it going to be a step-by-step thing, Ben? Are you going to have steps?
It's more self-guided. It kind of gives you a rundown of this is what you do, and then there's like an example. Let me see if I can't read off some of it.
Night, Wayne.
I do have the unedited.
Moomy already left. I know Moomy, and I don't know where Wayne is, but I think aren't they both in UK? I mean, is Wayne in UK too?
Yeah, Wayne's UK.
So they're 5 hours. They're 5 hours ahead.
Yeah. Bassett 469 says, "Hi Wendy, hi all. Newbie painter. Hubby won't let me touch power tools
well, that was not power.
because of a reciprocating saw accident."
But that's not a power tool.
Wanted to make my own canvas panels. He said no. That's really easy. You can do it. You can just get it with get a piece of wood, like a plywood or something, if you want to do like a board. Stretching. The only thing you need to stretch a canvas is a staple gun, and the loose canvas. But yeah, it's super easy. And gesso, of course. But yeah. Dropped the saw once. Nobody was hurt, but I'm banned from Lowe's. Oh my God. That is terrifying. Well, tell your husband to get a staple gun. And the canvas drop cloth from the hardware store. Well, scissors, but you can buy scissors elsewhere. Joyce says it's 12:17 where they're at.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's pretty late.
It is for me.
So
It would be for me. Yeah.
let me read off some of this book here. So this is the start of what is chapter 8, and it's the start of the Apple section. Now, this is the pre-edited version, so if you're saying, "Wait a minute, your grammar doesn't sound right," it's not. I've changed it since then, but so this is the start of the chapter. It says, "An art teacher of mine once said, 'Draw what you see and not what you know.' As you already have learned in chapter 5, observation is key when drawing from life. The general ratio of 90% observing to 10% drawing will come into play here as well, while it may seem cliched, drawing apples or other round objects is a great way to apply what you've already learned to a more completed drawing." So that's
good.
just a snippet, I guess, of what I can say. Bassett says 7:15 p.m. here. That's like you're in our time zone then. So yeah, let me rinse my brushes out.
Ben and I
Yeah,
are
let me rinse.
both-
Let me rinse my brushes out. I'll be back. You can
Okay, Ben.
talk bad about me while I'm gone.
We'll try. Did y'all know? No, Ben's great. He's great. He's been doing YouTubes for a long time and takes his art very seriously. Let me go make sure I'm on the chat here. Oh my gosh, you found it, Juanita? Juanita found, I guess this is the one that Ben's talking about, the stalwart, gear-driven, antique-like manual hand drill for $21.48. Did you find it on eBay, Juanita? Oh, I'll read that to Ben when he comes back. Awesome. No, maybe I won't because that he thinks that drill's like one of a kind. Shh, don't tell him, Juanita. No, that's awesome. It is cool. It is cool. And Basat bought 4x8 timbered masonite to cut up into 20 canvases with the saw. Then was going to wrap canvas on them, gesso, etc. And now it's just collecting dust. Oh, that was Walmart online, Juanita. Are you back, Ben?
I'm back.
Okay, Ben, Juanita posted that she found online the stalwart, gear-driven, antique-like manual hand drill. That's all in caps, like that's the name of it, for $21.48 at Walmart online.
Holy crap, that is too much.
Juanita went searching for us.
I appreciate it, Juanita. But you can find them at garage sales for like
$5
or less.
Yeah.
I think mine was like $2.50.
Oh man, you got a deal then, Ben. Seriously. Any tool that you buy like for, a couple of bucks,
Well,
that's good.
Yeah. I should also say the least amount of plastic on the tool, the better.
Yeah.
Make sure it's actually going to last you a while.
I think I lost my camera focus, Ben. Let me where's my thing here? I got a card here to focus things with. I don't know what happened to it. Let's just see if I can refocus.
Bassett saying bought 4x8 tempered masonite and cut them into canvases and was going to wrap them. You don't have to. You can just gesso those. Don't wrap them in canvas. At that point, you're just wasting money. No, just paint on the masonite. Gesso it down and then sand it to get a nice smoothness on it. Yeah, don't feel like you have to work on canvas. There's other tools you can use. All right, so I gotta turn that off. I don't know how much that's gonna change things for you. No, surprisingly not much. All right, well, then I can take the brightness down a little on the camera.
Yeah, my lighting changed or something since I've been here, Ben. I don't know. It's just different from when we started, but I'm not worried about it. Just keep going. Get her pretty well done. Still got a little skin blending to do, but she's coming along. Well, I'm glad you're able to get some stuff done.
Yeah, that always helps. That's a little better. My settings there. You're getting a little glare from the light, but it's not too bad. So, working on the drawing. Yeah, it's kind of a pain. Oh, that I'm also using. I talked about this stuff in a quick tip, but it's a thin plastic film that I use for when I'm drawing to kind of as a hand guard.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's clear and you can still see through it.
Right.
Well, you're probably getting a lot of glare on that. Yeah, but it works all the same. So mostly right now I gotta define out my shapes a little bit better. And work on those things. You're gonna have to keep an eye on chat for me now. Since everything's behind me now.
Okay.
We don't have to, but
Well, I know, but I don't mind. I mean, there's only like 6 people left because the UK people left.
yeah, UK, I'm fine. Jeez. But yeah, I'm probably looking at another 3 to 6 hours on this drawing minimum. So
to get it completed ready for the book.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the book's got it's 10 chapters. 8 of them are individual lessons and things.
It's gonna be great.
Then there's 3 appendices, which are a term glossary, list of videos, and
You're very thorough on everything you put out there. Ben.
there's
you
another
you
one. I don't
reference
know what it is.
everything. You know, you are, whenever you do any kind of demos or anything like that, you're always, make sure you got all your bases covered.
Yeah, well, it's kind of important.
Yeah, it is. But not everybody's that professional like that. That's a good quality.
Well, thanks.
You're welcome.
Stuff is a pain. But yeah, so the book. At this point, I'm hoping next Friday. But again, it's no promises.
Let me say this real quick, Ben. Bassett or Bassett, however they pronounce it, said, by the way, there's two things. Number one, they asked, why do they sell alizarin crimson paint when it fades so badly, as people say? And then the second thing he or she said was, I became a subscriber after watching your color theory video.
Yay! I don't know much about the paint fading. I think some of it
might depend on the brand, right, Ben?
Yeah, it's going to depend on the brand and the quality of the paint. Some colors will just have different properties based on whether they're a natural or synthetic pigment. But if it's really fading badly, it's probably your paint and not the color. So. Yeah. I have an answer for everything.
You do, Ben.
I tell you a fun story about that interview with Albert. Right after I did the outro, when I say thanks for watching, subscribe for more, and whatever.
Right.
I went up and I hit the stop button on the camera, and he goes, "You are a professional."
You are. See, I told you. You ask professional questions in your interviews. They're awesome.
But with I'm guessing how it was, with how rehearsed the ending was.
Well, just because something's rehearsed doesn't make it not authentic.
Well, that was the thing. It was that it's like, you are a professional. It's like you just nailed that without even thinking about it. I'm like, well, I do it a lot. It's like, well, I do it a lot.
Yeah. I got about 5 more minutes, Ben, then I've got to go.
Yeah, I'm thinking another maybe half hour for me tops. I just wanted to get a little bit of just to say that I worked on this today. I think would have been fine. I could have done 2 lines and would have been happy.
Well, you did get some other things done while you were here.
Yeah.
It was fun hanging out. Just chat. It's been a while.
It was. I'm surprised how long you did stick around.
Well, yeah, I enjoy your company, Ben. We just don't get together that much anymore, or haven't. There for a while. You took a big kind of break.
Well, I took the month off.
Yeah.
Of everything, just to mostly get the book done, and I got most of the way through on it too. Just a couple of things. It was I forgot how long a lot of the drawings take. And so it ended up being, it's like, crap, I still have work to do on this. Plus I was waiting for stuff to come back from my editor, who is my brother. And I do have a few fun stories though. I didn't realize, I knew my writing was bad grammatically, but I didn't realize how terrible it was until I saw how much it's marked up. And the way that I both had him do it as well as the way he did it is he sent me a read-only Word file, so I myself have to go back and make all the changes. I'm just like looking at them side by side.
But, did they circle them or underline them or cross them out?
They're in a different color, and plus there's like a little note
Yeah.
little
Yeah.
notes that kind of cut across and have little other things. And one of the little notes said, if you
Your
use
grammar
as,
sucks.
no,
I'm teasing
he's more sarcastically blunt about it.
Uh-huh.
It was, if you use as instead of since one more time, I'm going to come over there and hit you with a broom.
But that's good that you want to take it well because you want to have it right and be professional.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like, hey, I'll get over it. It's like I want it right. Right.
Well, I'm not like attached to my writing to
Yeah.
any degree. I'm like, I know it's bad.
Well, that's good that you have that attitude, Ben.
I was only really worried about, and he played with some formatting and stuff too that really kind of made it look nice, which I wasn't. I'm like, don't worry about formatting. Just give me I need to make sure the content's clear.
Right. Right.
Because I'm just typing like I'm talking.
Right.
Thinking and writing it out how I
Well,
would
at least
try
you're
and
getting it out.
say it.
Yeah.
But he's making it actually
Readable.
sound like proper English.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
But it has been fun hanging out with you, Ben. We'll have to do it again. Maybe drag Juanita by her little foot in here. I like the way I said that. We'll drag Juanita in here by her little foot. Are you still there, Juanita?
Maybe you scared her away.
Anyway. Okay, we've got from Basat again. Various experts say, wait a minute, it was ruined. It ruined paintings of the old masters because it turns to a muddy brown. The alizarin crimson.
Huh.
Yeah, but that's probably like what they made alizarin crimson out of back in the day, like pig.
Yeah,
Some kind
well,
of weird pigment.
there could be that. I don't know. It's going to depend on the manufacturer whether the modern alizarin crimson is a natural or a synthetic pigment. Also,
right.
a lot of the old masters made their own paint.
So if they didn't know what they were doing, it could just not be well made. Yeah.
Paint in a tube didn't start being a thing until like the mid 1800s. Like other than that, like artists made their own paint, and so if there was any imperfections in the paint, then it was probably their fault.
Right. Yeah, they didn't just go down to the hardware store, the art supply store, and
right, art supply stores. Like even in the United States weren't a thing until like the early 1900s in a lot of places. I mean, there were a handful early on with like certain like pencils and things,
and probably where art schools were.
Right. It's like the supplies are where the universities are.
Right.
The modern use of art supplies and consumption of them has changed significantly to what a lot of the old masters had access to.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, Ben, I think I'm going to head on out. I enjoyed it.
All right. Well, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. We'll have to do it again sometime.
Absolutely.
And,
if you want to plug anything, feel free to go ahead. Any of your things that you do.
Well, if anybody can find me on just Dede Willingham on YouTube, Facebook, and then on Instagram, Twitter, I'm Inkywell, INKIWELL. And so, yeah, just check me and wherever I post, I upload my Ustream channel, which, that's a little bit more specific. It's, 9 a.m. Eastern Monday mornings. It's like, it's not like everybody can come to that, but I do try to upload those videos to my YouTube channel so that you can at least watch a recording. So, but yeah, thanks, Ben, and we'll be seeing you.
No problem.
I'll be getting in touch with you.
All right, about
All
the prints and things.
Yeah. Okay, Ben, and thanks, and whoever else. Let me check chat for you one more time, Ben. Let's see if there's anything else. Juanita said, and many times the paint formulas were top secret. That's another
Yeah.
good point. So, all right, guys,
Mhm.
we'll be seeing y'all. Thanks. Thanks, Ben.
See ya.
Bye.
All right. She's gone. Ha. No. I'm not going that far. I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten in like 6 hours. So I'm probably gonna wrap this up pretty soon. But yeah, working on the book, so it'll get there eventually. I am really looking forward to getting that out to everyone, particularly those that are very new to drawing, um, and haven't. Maybe it's like you don't know where to start. It's like I'm hoping that this book will be somewhere to start for you, to kind of get a foundation level of basic techniques and concepts. So yeah. Freaking still lifes. I mean, I don't want to complain about it too much because I need to maintain that it is an important part of learning to draw, that you do still lifes and not just one, like you do a bunch of them. Can't tell you how many I did in school growing up, but it takes a while. You can't just rush through it. I've probably put 3 hours already into this, and I probably haven't, again, like another 3 to 6 left on it. And so that's, again, it's not something you do overnight. Work on it little bits at a time, or a couple settings, and sit down, work on it for a few hours, and come back. Man, I'm tired. Still probably gonna be up for another. I'll probably be up until 3 a.m. The artist lifestyle. Or at least my lifestyle, anyway. There are artists that go to bed early. I'm just not one of them. Although some of it probably has to do with how young I am. All right. I think that might be all I do on this for today. Go ahead and throw that back on top. I should turn this, at least for the moment, so you guys can actually see it, and how it looks so far. But yeah, that's still life that will be appearing in the book. Once it is finished, I've got particularly the individual objects here. There's some fabric running through. There's the paintbrush and the controller and the spray can. Those are going to be specifically going to stand out a lot more because all three of them are in a darker value to the rest of everything. But it is quite a pain working on this thing, at least for me, because I've done enough still lifes that I don't want to keep doing still lifes. So yeah. Well, I think I'll wrap up the show then. That's just about it. Let's see what the rest of you guys have said so far. When I need to talk about iron oxide in the paint, so yeah, that could be a problem in a lot of ways. Oh, Bassett is windy. Okay. I'm not going to remember for the next stream. I'm sorry, just in advance. Oh yeah, you said that earlier with the thing, and that was the secret paint things. A steady drip of water can bore a hole through a rock. It can. It absolutely can. Let me get the tilt up a little bit here. Actually get on camera for once in this stream. Or rather, I've been on camera, but face of me. So, for those of you that were here, I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you're watching this later, after the live event has ended, and if you've watched all the way into this video this far, thank you for that. This was really fun to do. I hope to do this more often, particularly the really long live streams. I think it's really fun to do that in particular, just because it's neat. It's very neat to converse on a really long period of time without having to worry about a specific topic or anything. So there will be time codes for this live show in the description box eventually. I don't know if I'll get around. If I do it, it'll be tomorrow morning or early afternoon. I say morning. I get up at like noon every day. But when I get up, I'll work on it and work on time coding it out to different topics and everything like that, at least to the best of my ability. So if you're, again, watching, it'll be in the description box. I should not be this tired. Also because I, again, probably haven't eaten in 6 hours. So I got some fried chicken waiting for me. Yeah, so that's pretty much about it. Thanks, people, for joining in. Remember, hit the like button if this was useful at all. Helps the video spread. And yeah, so subscribe for more. This has been from TMC Films and Cinderblock Studios. See you guys next time.